Remember, KKR were down and out really when the IPL halted back in May over in India. Pretty much needed to win all of their games to stand a chance to get through to the playoffs. Once they were through to that eliminator match, it's been must win ever since. One last hurdle though. Faf du Plessis just prepares to take his guard. A really good crowd in Dubai. It's not a full stadium because of the coronavirus restrictions. And Ravi, you would have played in some massive crowds in India, 50, 60, maybe even more thousand when you go to places like Eden Gardens. But just from the atmosphere, even at the toss, MS Dhoni not able to hear Ian Bishop. It sounds like an absolute belter there.
Yeah, and it's not often you get loud crowds at Dubai. Having played a lot of cricket there, they're usually sort of half full, but it's great to see all these people in today.
Right, Shivam Mavi into Faf du Plessis, who plays a textbook forward defensive shot down the pitch for no run. He's got the orange boots on, Faf du Plessis, with the yellow trim of the Chennai Super Kings, some pink gloves as well. He's gone multicoloured this evening, blue towel as well hanging out of the back of his trousers.
Yeah, it's gone multicoloured. I sense that he's probably going to take on the seamer. He'll see it as an opportunity. I think he's quite an easy pace seamer, and I just see du Plessis targeting the seamer.
Shivam Mavi back at the top of his run-up, and he is past the umpire, delivers, and du Plessis flicks this out towards deep square leg. There is a man on the boundary there, so just a single. 7 without loss, 2 balls into this second over. The Chennai Super Kings have been a little bit watchful so far. Just the one boundary off the bowling of Shakib in the first over. It was a sweep from Ruturaj Gaikwad, who's been outstanding. More than 400 of his 600 odd runs in this season's IPL coming in the second leg in UAE, and that has been a massive reason, I think, why the Chennai Super Kings have had this charge towards the final once more. A fabulous opening partnership, this.
Yeah, they've been brilliant throughout the tournament, and I think that's a success for most T20 teams. If you've got 2 good openers who can get you runs, who are capable of scoring 80s and 90s, you set yourself up very well.
Mavi is in, and this is a guide down to short third. There's a misfield which allows Gaikwad through for 2 runs in the end, and that's not what Eoin Morgan and the KKR will want early on in this, trying to create some pressure. It was Varun Chakravarti in the field there, and immediately sort of gets the towel out of his trousers and wipes down. There already seems to be a little bit of dew, perhaps. In fact, that one just nutmegged him.
Yeah, not ideal to misfield, because it just releases pressure. You know, dots, if they can build up dots, then it makes the batsman do something silly. But if they're going to misfield and allow batsmen to get singles and twos, then it just relieves the pressure. It just means that they don't have to take on those big risks.
9 without loss then. Mavi in once more. It's a play and a miss. Good delivery that. Just short of a length, and maybe just holding its line there as it passed the outside edge of Gaikwad, looking to play a bit of a nothing shot really, trying to force one through the offside. Good comeback.
Yeah, Gaikwad just looking to lift that over mid-off there. Obviously mid-off is up. Just wanted to lift it over for a boundary, but the ball just nipped away from him, which made him miss it. It just looks as though this pitch has got a little bit in it. There's something in there for the seamers early on, so it's important that KKR are there and bowling well on a good length.
Mavi has got a long run up, Shivam Mavi. 30 yards or so. 2 balls remaining in his first over. 1.4 overs gone in this final. Chennai Super Kings 9 without loss. Mavi in again, and Gaikwad this time pushes, beats extra cover, can't get it past mid-off though, and there is no run. That previous delivery, Ravi, that is an area which I feel is just short of a length, and sort of maybe even a little bit shorter than that, where they haven't really targeted Ruturaj Gaikwad, the bowlers, in this tournament, the seamers in particular. He's been bowled 19 deliveries in that sort of area, and he's been dismissed 3 times. Apart from that, he's been given a lot of sort of length balls, short and wide deliveries, which he's scored off, and he's looked to attack the spinners. Perhaps that could be a line of attack here for Shivam Mavi and the other seamers. As Mavi is in once more, and this is another play and a miss outside the off stump by Gaikwad. So good comeback there from Shivam Mavi towards the end of that over, just a 3 from it in the end. Chennai Super Kings after 2 overs then 9 without loss.
Yeah, and that is the best length you want to bowl as an opening bowler, or even throughout the innings really. Up until you sort of come towards the end, you want to maybe mix up your lengths, but definitely early on you want to be bowling it that hard length. And when I say hard length, it's almost sort of 8 foot, probably 8 foot down the wicket away from the batsman, where you're hitting that length hard, and then from there is where you get an inconsistent bounce. You'll get some that will bounce up and hit the splice of the bat, some that will skid on, and you'll get movement from that area. If you get movement from that area, it's very hard for the batsman to adjust that late on.
Right, Shakib to continue into du Plessis, who's beaten and almost bowled through the gate there. Ends up getting a bye. Dinesh Karthik misses the ball behind the stumps as well, and it runs down towards short fine leg. Well, he was looking for a big booming shot there, and let's just see if this turned. It looks as though it just went straight on there.
Yeah, it was a brilliant piece of bowling. He did du Plessis in the flight. Signature Shakib Al Hassan. What he does is he's got the ability to have a fast arm.
This one is swept by Gaikwad in the air and over the top of the short fine leg fielder for 4 runs. Lovely pick up there from Gaikwad. Shakib just straying in his line, and Gaikwad makes no mistake. Second boundary for him. Chennai Super Kings 14 without loss.
Brilliant shot from Gaikwad. Again, he picks the right ball. He always seems to pick the right ball. He's a fantastic player of spin. One of the better players of spin I've seen as an opener. And it's so good to have an opener who can play spin so well, because it means if he does get through that first 6, where you normally majority of the time face seam, if he gets through that first 6 and he's 25 not out, then the spinners come on. I mean, it just makes life so difficult for the bowling side.
Gaikwad 11 from 9. In comes Shakib once more, and this is shorter, and it's pulled away high in the air. And has it gone all the way for 6? I think it has. Over mid-wicket it sails. Ruturaj Gaikwad continuing his fabulous vein of form here at the moment. He moves on to 17 from 10. Chennai Super Kings 20 without loss in the 3rd over. What a shot.
What a shot that is. He's so good against spin. He's so quick on his feet. I mean, I love this guy. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but I think he's brilliant. He's got the all-round game, especially against spin. When someone like him, when he gets set, people like him can go on and get you big scores, and that is the key for openers.
How does Shakib respond to that? This is straighter and just pushed towards point for no run. A little bit quicker there from Shakib. 2 balls remaining in this 3rd over, and all of a sudden Chennai feeling a lot more confident. 20 without loss. He's down the wicket this time, Gaikwad, but drags it down the ground towards long on. Gets himself a single off the inner half of the bat. 21 without loss. It's
looking a much better start for CSK now. After the over of Mavi, it looked like they were a little bit behind, but Gaikwad's couple of boundaries there just pushed the rate back up around 7 and over, which is a nice start in Dubai, especially being none down.
du Plessis 2 from 5. Here he is on strike, gives himself some room outside leg and pushes it to mid-off. He's on the edge of the circle, and they get through for a comfortable single in the end. So single to finish off the 3rd over. 3 gone. Chennai Super Kings 22 without loss, and on not the easiest surface as we've seen in Dubai throughout this UAE leg of the tournament. Not a bad start. If they can maybe double this, 40 odd off the first 6, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a very good start. 22 for none of 3. It's an ideal position. Both batsmen have got themselves in, especially Gaikwad. He's faced 12 balls and scored 18 runs. He's hit a few boundaries. He's feeling good about himself. Du Plessis probably needs to face a bit more. You want to get your partner in as well. He's only 3 of 6, but we know with du Plessis, he's a guy who sort of goes through the gears. He'll start off in the gear 1 and then quickly move into gear 3 and 4, and then we've seen him in when he's in full flow. He's a very, very dangerous player, and also another opener who's capable of getting you big scores. He's capable of scoring hundreds, which I keep mentioning.
Lockie Ferguson then replacing Shivam Mavi. He's in here to du Plessis, flicks off his legs out towards mid-wicket. There's a bit of work to do for the deep square leg fielder, which allows them through for 2 more runs. Good running there, 24 without loss rather. Mavi having bowled a really good first over there, but they do like using him towards the back end of the innings. So Eoin Morgan perhaps just keeping a couple of overs up his sleeve from the Indian seamer.
Yeah, and I think he also doesn't want the batsman to get set against him as well. You know, bowling 2 overs in the first 6 is always difficult. It's a difficult task. Some of the best seamers in the world are the ones who are given the responsibility to do that. So it's always difficult. Maybe he'll come back in for one of the later overs, maybe the 6th over, if they can pick up a wicket here.
Du Plessis onto 5 then. Ruturaj Gaikwad at the other end, 18 from 12. Chennai Super Kings batting first in this final in Dubai, 24 without loss. Ferguson is in past the umpire, delivers, and it's punched off the back foot as far as cover, and there's a shy of the stumps as they go through for a single. Ruturaj Gaikwad with the dive at the striker's end. He may have just made his ground if there was a direct hit, but it missed, and they are 25 without loss. They've been looking to take these quick singles. That was a bit risky though.
Yeah, it bounced up quite nicely for Eoin Morgan there. It was a good shot at the stumps, but just gonna have a look here. He might have made it. It would have been tight. Would have been very tight, but brilliant dive from Gaikwad. That shows he's desperate. You know, it's a thing that you have to be told from, I think, from an early age, is if it's going to be close, put a dive in. It gives you that extra few centimetres.
Ferguson into Gaikwad this time, who's down the pitch and guides this backward of point all the way along the ground for 4 runs. That was cheeky and lovely, really. It was fired in quick. It was 151.7 kilometres per hour, and Gaikwad just had to get some bat on it, and it flew over to the boundary there, backward of point. Lovely.
That is a fantastic shot. Normally you wouldn't see batsmen running down the wicket at Ferguson, especially when he's bowling at 150 k's, but to run down and then adjust yourself to a Yorker and guide it away is an unbelievable shot.
How does Ferguson respond? It's a bit shorter, and it's just gently worked towards deep square leg for a single. 30 without loss here, the Chennai Super Kings. 2 balls remaining in this 4th over. Remember, Kolkata Knight Riders winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. That's the way to go in Dubai. All 8 games, or the last 8 games in Dubai, have been won by the chasing side. I've seen it as a method used throughout the UAE leg of this season's IPL as well. Ferguson, number 69 on his back, is in once more, and this is driven beautifully past extra cover. Lovely shot there from Du Plessis. It was in the slot, it was a half volley, but wow, 151 kilometres an hour, and it flew probably even quicker to the boundary. 34 without loss.
Beautiful shot there from Du Plessis. I think it's his first boundary, so he'll be feeling good about himself, and it's a productive area for him. He normally comes down the wicket and looks to target over mid-off early in his innings, but obviously not having to put the pace on the ball against Ferguson, he can stand in his crease and he can use the pace that he's given. So this is a great start for CSK.
34 without loss, 1 ball remaining in the 4th over. Pressure firmly on Lockie Ferguson. In he is, it's short and wide, and it's a big heave and a miss from Du Plessis. Kind of feel a bit disappointed about that, you'd imagine, from Du Plessis. Dot ball.
I think he's missed out there. It was short and wide. It's with the offside up, it's almost a guaranteed boundary, but I think it just bounced that extra bit, just that extra bit of bounce, which made the batsman miss it. And at that pace, if it does bounce just that little bit more, you haven't got the time to adjust at 150 k's. You sort of play an instinct where you think the ball is going to bounce up to, because you've batted on the wicket, you've faced a few balls, so you almost get accustomed to a certain bounce in the wicket. But when it does take that extra bit of bounce, you just don't have the time to readjust at 150 k's.
Right, time to put the brakes on again. Shivam Mavi back into the attack, and he put a bit of a squeeze on the Chennai Super Kings here, off to a lovely start. 34 without loss after 4. It's going to be Gaikwad on strike here. 23 from 14. Mavi is in, and this is pulled away, but only as far as short mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's clear to see as well, Ravi, there's lots of Chennai Super Kings fans, lots of yellow in the crowd as well. Of course, they've got absolutely mad following, probably largely due to the fact that MS Dhoni has been with them from the start of the IPL, and a good atmosphere among the fans as well, because it's festival season among Indians in India, expats of course living in the UAE as well. It's the festival of Dussehra today, so if you're celebrating, a very happy Dussehra, the festival of good over evil, as Mavi comes in, and this is guided to short third for a single to Ruturaj Gaikwad. It's just got that feel about it, hasn't it? There's lots of dancing in the stands as well. Of course, it's a massive game. It's the final of this competition, but people seem to be enjoying themselves in the stands so far. Yeah, it just looks like everyone's come out to play today, and it's nice that they've waited to the final, because often you don't get huge crowds in Dubai, because a lot of the people are working and it's tough to get to the grounds. So to come out in the final, it is the biggest final on the T20 stage. So it's a great event, once in a lifetime event for those who are living in Dubai. So great to see them there and enjoying themselves. Mavi into du Plessis this time, who just defends into the offside and sneaks through for a single. Mavi with the fielding himself, running away towards the cover position there. 36 without loss. And Ruturaj Gaikwad has now, in this innings, gone past KL Rahul and is the top scorer, the orange cap holder in this season's IPL, with 627 runs, more than 400 of them coming in the UAE leg. It's been outstanding, this tournament for him. Faf du Plessis, fourth on that list with 558 as well, so it just shows you how productive this partnership has been. Yeah, it's been brilliant. They've both been, and to score the runs in the UAE as well, you know, that's another challenge in itself. Mavi is in. This is a slight thickish outside edge from Gaikwad as far as short third. Varun Chakravarti with the dive to his right, keeping it down to just a single. Decent pace from Mavi as well, into the 140s. This is brilliant from Mavi, because you know, traditionally we know that the fifth over is usually the hardest over to bowl in the power play. It's when both batsmen are set, they've both faced about 12 balls each or 10 balls each, and they're feeling good, and that's when they look to take you on. So the fifth over is always a difficult over to bowl, and to come in and only go for 3 of his first 4 balls in this over is fantastic bowling. He just looks a bit quicker than you think. 2 balls remaining. Mavi is in again, and this is heaved over the head just of mid-on and down to the boundary there for 4 runs. He didn't mean that, Faf du Plessis. He was looking to get that more towards mid-wicket, managed to just get it over the head of the man on the edge of the 30-yard circle, gets himself 4 very fortunate runs, and this is what can happen, can't it? He's bowled 4 lovely deliveries, but it's just those last 1 or 2 which so often in this competition we've seen can cost the bowler a good over. Yeah, and the pressure was telling. They wanted boundaries in this over. They don't want their fifth over only to go for 4 or 5 runs, and du Plessis was targeting over mid-off. This is a defensive shot into the covers, but everybody is on the edge of the circle, so du Plessis down to the other end for a single. So another decent over there for the Chennai Super Kings. 42 without loss after the first 5. Remember, Kolkata winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first in the final. A lot of people thinking win toss, win game. Hasn't been that way so far. Chennai off to a very good start. A few more thoughts from you, Ravi, as to how the Kolkata Knight Riders can pull this one back in the next few overs, and then Simon Mann will take over. Yeah, it's been a brilliant start from CSK. 42 for none of their 5 overs in a final. That's what the rest of the dressing room would have wanted. I think if at the start of the game you asked MS Dhoni, will give you 42 for the loss of no wickets of the first 5 overs, he would have snapped your hand off. So it's been a very, very good start for CSK. KKR would want a wicket now. It's the 6th over where both batsmen look to target, maybe get themselves up to about 50, even 55. So I think it's very important now that KKR get a wicket.
And Chakravarti is the man who's going to bowl as well, who, I mean, he's a handy customer. He's wily, difficult. So this will be a test for these 2. I remember we talked about the Dad's Army. but it's the youngster, isn't it? Gaikwad, he's only 24. He's the leading run scorer in this season's IPL, and he's the man leading the way for Chennai Super Kings at the moment. Wonder whether it's going to be the last sort of big day out for these Chennai Super Kings players. As a team, you know, they've a few still there from that match in 2012 when they lost to CSK in the final. Anyway, here's Chakravarti's first ball in the final, and Du Plessis plays that very cautiously, defending it back up the offside of the pitch, as though he didn't quite know which way that ball was going to turn. He thought, well, I'll just have a look here. Faf Du Plessis, 42 for no wicket, start of the 6th over. Crowd goes quiet for a moment. It looks as if there's a lot of Chennai support in. Here's Chakravarti bowling to Du Plessis, who nudges this away into the onside, backward a square for an easy single. 43 for no wicket. It feels like a home match for them. It feels like
it's always a home match for CSK. No, wherever they go, they've got such a big fan base.
The pitch is not quite like the one you normally see in Chennai. The spinners generally hold sway, and that is one of the pitches in India that is tricky for batting. The spinners often enjoy bowling there. A little bit more like Sharjah in a way, I suppose. It's not exactly the same, but just where it's hard for the batters. The scores tend to be a bit lower. 43 for no wicket. Gaikwad on strike, and he nudges that one into the onside off the back foot, but straight to mid wicket, and there is no run. Chakravarti starting well here. One of those who will be heading to the T20 World Cup. Won't have to go far, of course, because it's in the UAE. Chakravarti sets himself into bowl to Gaikwad. Gaikwad flicks that away. This time it is stopped at mid-wicket, actually, but the fielder there had to dive away to his left-hand side, so they were able to run with the shot, and it's 44 for no wicket. Shakib Al-Hassan, of course, has been given special dispensation to play for Bangladesh on Sunday. Their tournament starts in less than 2 days' time, up against Scotland, and he has to change countries and go to Oman. Outside the off stump, Chakravarti forced away straight to Morgan in the covers, off the back foot from Du Plessis, and there is no run, so just 2 singles off the first 5 balls of the over. So much yellow around this Dubai International Stadium. Hard to see much support for KKR, but perhaps their shirts just blend in with the seats. Now hold on, no ball signalled. Yeah, it's the alarm of doom as far as the bowler's concerned. That's not great from Chakravarti. It's not the first time he's done it. He had a catch taken off his bowling the other day. Chakravarti bowls, and that's hammered away by Du Plessis off the back foot, out towards the straight long on boundary before. Well, it was a free hit, and he thought, well, I'll have a bit of this. Mid-on up inside the circle, and Du Plessis smashing it down the ground, takes him to 21. Just having a look at his overstep, Chakravarti. He was almost identical to the delivery bowl the other day when he was called for no ball. Who was it? Was it Hetmeyer was off the ground? He was actually off the ground. Last ball of the over, Chakravarti bowls, driven by Du Plessis up towards straight mid-on, where it stopped just as well. There was that, would have been 4 as well, and that's a pretty decent power play for CSK. You're mentioning at the start, Ravi, what would they have taken? They'd certainly be happy, I'm sure, with 50 for no wicket after 6 overs.
Brilliant start, and I just feel like that no ball there was a massive swing in the game. Huge swing, even though it was such a small moment, but I think in reality it's a big moment, because there was pressure. There was pressure in the 6th over. They won a score. They'd only got 2 singles off the over, and Du Plessis was under pressure as well with the dot balls. You could see it building, and he was also thinking, look, do I come out the 6 overs not out, or do I take it on and try getting another boundary? But then to get that no ball was massive. It would have taken a lot of pressure off Faf. He would be feeling great about himself now, getting another boundary, and he took their score up to 50 rather than sort of being around that 44-45 mark off their 6 overs. They're now 50 for 9 off 6 overs, which is a fantastic start in a final.
Yeah, we talk about the theoretical advantage of batting second, but if the side batting first gets a really big score, then the pressure builds on the chasing team. Now Sunil Narayan is into the attack. He's been the player of the series twice in the history of the IPL. His first ball, Du Plessis clips it into the onside. He's off quickly to the first. He was looking for 2. Gaikwad not interested whatsoever. I think he assessed that fairly quickly. There was only a possibility of 1 run there. 51 for no wicket, start of the 7th over. CSK, MS Dhoni's team, put into bat by Eoin Morgan. batted second as well. Morgan, who's been short of runs, and no Andre Russell in this KKR side. I mean, I saw some suggestions on social media talking about Shakib dropping out for Russell coming back, and some people saying, well, why didn't Eoin Morgan drop out and Andre Russell come in for Eoin Morgan? But of course then you have the problem of who captains the side. Hold on, what have we got here? Tripathi struggling with an injury. Seems to be hobbling off. Yeah, he's gone off the field, which is he looks to be really struggling as well. His right leg.
Yeah.
And he's one of their key batters. So that is a significant setback for KKR. He was the man that won the match on Wednesday. Narayan bowls. Gaikwad off the back foot, clips it into the onside. Nice looking authoritative stroke, but only as far as deep mid-wicket. And it is only a single. Picked up there by the sub-fielder who's come on. We'll try to identify him in just a moment. Tripathi, we think, injured himself trying to field a ball. It was innocuous, really. But was it a pulled calf? Du Plessis gets a delivery from Narayan on the stumps. Du Plessis goes back and knocks it into the leg side for a single. Score goes to 53 for no wicket.
I think it's Narayan's 4 overs are going to be the key here for CSK and KKR. They're going to want him to take wickets, and because Gaikwad is still there, it's very hard to build dots on him as a spinner.
Narayan bowls, forced away by Gaikwad out towards deep mid-wicket. There was a slight fumble out there by the sub-fielder, and actually they can't get an extra run, so only a single. 54 for no wicket.
The fact that he's so good at playing spin is so hard to bowl dot balls on Gaikwad, and he will find boundaries, especially against the orthodox spinners.
Narayan bowls, Du Plessis back, thickish outside edge into the offside, finds the gap out through cover. Didn't know too much about that one. Faf Du Plessis just managed to get some bat on it, and he picked up the single. It's Kamlesh Nagrikoti who's out there who's out there as the sub fielder for Kolkata Knight Riders. It's 55 for no wicket. Narayan's gone for 5 singles off the over. Last ball coming up. Narayan into bowl. Gaikwad clips that away out to Nagrikoti, who's been in the action a lot. His first over on the field with Tripathi going off the field. So 7 overs gone. CSK are 56 for no wicket, and they continue to make reasonable progress.
Yes, I think getting 6 runs off Narayan's first over, they'll be happy with. They just don't want to give him any wickets. So, the last thing they want is him to get the breakthrough, and then the new batsman having to face him. But the fact that they've got Gaikwad still in there, he's 29 off 22. It's going to be very, very difficult to get dot balls on him as a spinner to start with. He's very comfortable against Narayan as well. He's making it look easy. So I think there's a little bit of trouble here for KKR, because the openers are still there. They're scoring at a good rate, and they've still got so much power still to come. Yeah, and Tripathi looks, we're seeing him walk around the boundary edge. He's really struggling there. It looks as if it might be possibly a hamstring injury or a calf injury. He's limping away, and of course he's got to go out there and bat. Well, in theory he's got to go out there and bat later. Yeah. Well, I think in a final you've got to go for it. Well, he might have to go out there on one leg, but it might be right at the end if there's 7-8 down or something like that. I'm not sure he'd be able to run like that. Really difficult. 56 for no wicket. 8th over coming up. Tripathi is going to bowl, and he moves in now to bowl to Gaikwad. Gaikwad is forward, playing that cautiously into the onside, and the non-striker there, Du Plessis, slightly impeded the bowler, and they did not take a run. They could have done, but they said no. I think I got in your way. So that was a bit of good sportsmanship there. It's not always been the way in this season's IPL. Here is Gaikwad coming forward and clipping that away wristily through backward square leg for another single. So just working the spinners round here. These two, Gaikwad and Du Plessis. And CSK continue to make decent progress towards what they need. Put a decent score on the board, try to build some pressure. Due around, it might help the KKR batting lineup. Tripathi bowls. Du Plessis goes back and cracks that away into the onside. Nagrikoti is there again.
sends in the return on the bounce to Dinesh, Karthik, and one more, 58 for no wicket. The game sort of just settled down into nudging it around at the moment. Abhishek Jujunwala is alongside me.
Yeah, I think this is the very crucial period here, Simon, and this is where they'll have to bat really, really well against these two bowlers again, Narayan and Chakravarti.
Chakravarti bowls a bit short that time, swatted away by Gaikwad, doesn't time it, drags it out towards long on. They are through for one run. Venkatesh Iyer with the fielding, 59 for no wicket in the 8th.
And I think this is where KKR really, really dictates terms. They really play these 7-8 overs really well, and that's where they put a lot of pressure on the opposition. They control the game in this middle period with these two spinners.
Chakravarti to Duplessis back, flicking into the onside. Feels as if we're almost watching the same ball over and over again here.
Yeah, I mean, they have to have a bit more intent. They have to find boundaries, because they can't afford to just take 6 singles in an over and be content with it, because this is where they need to increase the run rate. They need to go a bit harder. They have to get to that 180 if they want to put pressure on KKR, because they will be due in the second half when KKR comes out to bat. So they've got to put the scoreboard pressure on KKR.
60 for no wicket. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Chakravarti has gone for 12 so far. End of his second over. Bowls to Gaikwad, who leans forward and knocks it into the leg side. Karthik sprints out from behind the stumps towards square leg to pick up, but they were only ever going to get one, and it's 61 for no wicket after 8 overs. And it's time for a timeout, signalled by Nitin Menon. Feverish excitement out there from the Chennai Super Kings fans who turned up tonight, and actually last 2 or 3 overs they all settled down a bit because the game has calmed down. So 61 for no wicket after 8, just on the due. I mean, we have got the T20 World Cup coming up. It's going to be a factor, isn't it? It wasn't a factor here earlier in the tournament. I think it was much hotter, and it just gets a bit cooler in the evenings now.
Yeah, it now started to get cooler in October, November. November gets quite cooler, a lot cooler than September, October, when the tournament started in Dubai, in the UAE, the IPL. So yeah, the dew factor will be an important factor when it comes to the T20 World Cup, and we'll see most teams winning the toss and electing to bat second, and that's what we have seen in today's game as well. KKR fairly confident with the chase. They chased the total in the last, every time they have chased in this year's IPL, they haven't lost a single game chasing the run. So hopefully they would hope that they do the same tonight. But from Chennai's point of view, they need to get to that 180 mark. They've got a lot of firepower to come. If they can deliver or not, that's a different story altogether. In the likes of Mahendra Singh Dhoni and Uthappa, they've got Moeen Ali as well. Probably tonight is the night where Moeen Ali turns up. It's a good pitch, not a huge boundary, and we know what he can do if he's in form as well.
Stephen Fleming out there, the coach of CSK, quite animated talking to the two batters during this timeout. You see Brendan McCullum, he just likes to stroll on, doesn't he? As if he's the coolest person in the stadium.
He does look very, very cool. He does look like he's completely chilled out. He doesn't really show any emotions. He doesn't get excited very often either. We have seen him in the dugout as well. But at the moment, yes, KKR, for them, there's a bit of concern. They need a few wickets here to put the pressure back on the Chennai Super Kings, and they've got the bowling to do it. They've got a lot of bowling option here.
What about the Tripathi factor? You know, he's off the field. I mean, that's a significant setback for them.
It's a huge setback. If he cannot field or he cannot bat properly, that will be a massive setback, because he's one of the players who's been in very good form as well, along with Venkatesh, Iyer, Nitish, Rana and Shubman Gill. And apart from that, we know that nobody else is scoring any runs for KKR.
And they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Tripathi.
The last
6 off the penultimate ball against Ravichandran Ashwin on Wednesday in a game that was just one of the most bizarre T20 games I think you or I have ever seen.
It's very hard to describe what we saw that day.
Well, one team was winning so comfortably that it was almost just fixed to fulfillment, and then suddenly
they needed 13 with 9 wickets in hand with 4.1 overs to spare.
Lost 6 wickets for 7 runs, 4 bats without for naught. I mean, it was absolutely crazy, really. I mean, they should never have allowed themselves to get into that sort of position, and then Tripathi belting Ashwin over long off. Just actually when we thought that they were no longer the favourites, really, needing that dramatic intervention.
I mean, until that 6, I think everyone thought that yes,
the Capitals were going to make the final.
They pulled the greatest heist ever. But yes, Tripathi has some other ideas. What a great shot that was. Perfectly bowled by Ashwin. We can't take anything away from him because he bowled a perfect over till that particular delivery. Even that delivery was absolutely fine, but Tripathi, the way he played that ball over long off was just incredible.
I mean, do you think he knew exactly what Ashwin was going to bowl? Here is first ball after the interval, and it's a wicket. Gaikwad driving to long off. He's gone for 32. Narain punches the air, lifting the ball into the offside, but it was a straightforward catch on the long off boundary, and CSK have lost their first wicket. 61 for 1, start of the 9th.
And now you know why Stephen Fleming was so animated. We were talking about the intent that they have to score runs, they have to hit boundaries. They can't just carry on taking those 1s and 2s in the middle over. That's where you can lose the game. And in the first ball after the strategic time, Sunil Narain picking up his first wicket, and this is the first time I've seen him being animated as well, because we discuss this all the time, don't we?
Yeah.
That even if he gets the biggest wicket in world cricket, even if he gets out Virat Kohli, AB de Villiers, there was no emotion. But for the first time, Sunil Narain showing a bit of emotion. He knew that how crucial that wicket is for KKR, and he's been in phenomenal form this season. Ruturaj Gaikwad, the highest run getter in the competition.
Shivam Mavi with the catch. It was easy as you like at long off to trot in and take the catch. And so there we go, the first wicket of the 2021 IPL final. It brings in Robin Uthappa at number 3, who was in very good form earlier this week. He had his injury problems as well, or at least his fitness problems, because he got cramped towards the end, and he felt it was almost like sort of hit out or get out. I'm not sure how much he could run after a while in his innings. He was finally caught on the long on boundary, but he made a decisive contribution.
Yeah, he did bat really, really well, but I think for some reason Robin Uthappa is going to struggle a little bit here with Sunil Narain and Varun Chakravarti, both, as they call them, mystery spinners. It's very difficult to pick them, especially with the wide ball through the hand or through the air, and that's why it becomes a bit more difficult for batters. But we'll have to, at the moment, Sunil Narain again doing what he did against RCB, picked up 4 wickets, which was a very crucial game for them to qualify, and now again doing his job, picking up his first wicket in the second over.
Well, Uthappa has done his 2 lunges, which characterises things the other day, and first ball is a reverse sweep, struck on the pad, goes away into the offside. They run through for a leg by. Well, that was a very positive start from Uthappa, plonking his foot down and going for the reverse sweep. He did not make contact.
I tell you something, sometimes confidence is good, but overconfidence can be your downfall, and there was a bit of overconfidence from Robin Uthappa. He got a bottom edge and
got his gloves. It came off the keeper's pads, didn't it? Just seeing the replay, just when it was slowed down, came off the pad of Karthik, the wicket-keeper. I mean, it wasn't a catch. I mean,
if it would have taken it, that would probably one of the greatest catches ever taken by a wicket-keeper.
Yeah, it went quite low through to him. 62 for 1, Narain bowls. Uthappa plays it back down the pitch. Narain's a bit sloppy there, going away to his right-hand side. He's just going to bend down and pick it up. Missed it, and they get a bonus run.
I think it's fair to say, if the ball doesn't come straight to Sunil Narain, you cannot expect him to stop it. It doesn't really move much, does he?
It's a good, really poor piece of fielding. Actually, should have been stopped, didn't it, towards the long-on area.
Yeah.
So Narain with the wicket. 63 for 1. So Du Plessis, the previous ball, of course. Uthappa's on strike, nudges this into the leg side, up towards long on, walks through for a single. 64 for 1.
A bit animated today, Sunil Narain, for some reason. Even the previous ball, when Robin Uthappa just nudged it for single, he wasn't happy. He just punched his fist on his other hand.
Goes in now past the umpire and bowls to Du Plessis. Du Plessis tries to run it way into the offside, sets off for a single. Has to get back quickly, otherwise he's been run out there. The non-striker Uthappa, absolutely no interest in a single there, and he was right not to have no interest as well, because he would have been run out by half the length of the pitch. It was a strange one from Du Plessis, really.
But again, a wonderful delivery. It's very hard, so hard to pick him, which way the ball's going to turn.
Ryan bowls, forward goes Du Plessis, finds the gap that time, into the offside through cover. Picked up at deep cover. get the single. It's that sort of, you just sort of sense batter's suspicion as they come forward, just like, which way is it going to go? And then you sort of react, and then sometimes you go for a thickish outside edge into the offside.
Even in the last ball he played, Fab du Plessis expected another off spinner. That's why he looked to play it on the onside and got a thick outside edge. Luckily it went along the ground to the deep cover fielder for a single, but that shows that he again picked the wrong delivery to play the wrong shot. And with the way Sunil Narine plays his cricket, Simon, I feel he could bowl till he's 60 the way he bowls. I mean, he could be playing for KKR for the next 20 years. He just needs to run a few steps and do what he does with his fingers. There's nothing else going on.
Yeah, the old eyes might go in terms of, sort of whacking a few over the boundary. But I suppose he could bat at number 11. The bowler's 4 overs for 20. 65 for 1 after 9.
And hide him in shot fine leg or shot third.
Shakib's going to bowl. Left arm round the wicket to du Plessis. Outside the off stump, dragged into the onside by du Plessis. Not really timed, goes out towards deep mid wicket. Naga Kotti is there, the sub fielder on for Tripathi, returns. And the score goes to 66 for 1 in the 10th over. Well, he played in that 2012 final. Isn't it amazing? You look back at the game, and the game was won by Manvinder Bisla, who made 89 off 48 balls. I mean, that was the day of his life. I've had a look at his stats. That was his day out, really. He won the IPL final in 2012. He's only 36. He played his last IPL game 6 years ago, so he was sort of finished in the IPL by 30, but he won an IPL final.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He played a very, very handy knock in that match.
Chasing 191 to win. Uthappa plays an ugly smear against Shakib into the onside. Shakib's after it towards the edge of the circle, picks up, and they go through for a single. And he's someone you know quite well, isn't he?
Yeah, we played a lot of cricket from the under-19 days. We played a lot of state cricket, under-19s, and then Ranji Trophy. Obviously, you played each other whenever we played against Haryana and different states he played with. So yeah, he's been a good domestic player for a long time.
Shakib goes outside the off stump. A flashing blade of du Plessis, unsuccessful, goes past the edge. It's taken by Karthik. Dot ball. And I mean, when was the last time we had anything but a dot or a single or a wicket? It's been a long string of singles and dots. Shakib bowled. Du Plessis outside the off stump, goes big out towards the long off boundary, and he's got it over the rope. Well, it was out there from Shakib, so it was a free swing of the arms from du Plessis. It was just a question of whether he was going to make good contact, middle it, and he did. And that has broken the string of singles. 73 for 1 in this 10th over.
It was in the slot, but magnificent, absolutely magnificent shot. He was waiting for something in his slot here, Fab du Plessis, and the moment he saw, his light lit up.
Shakib bowls. Du Plessis crashes this into the offside, straight to deep cover though. So it is only a single. We're edging towards the halfway stage of this CSK innings. Put into bat 74 for 1. Uthappa 3. Du Plessis, they're on 37. Shakib bowls and smashed away by Uthappa. Heaved into the leg side, out towards the car they have on display for the sponsors. And that's gone for 6. Well, that's more like it for CSK. That was the over that just propelled them forward. Shakib dealt with. It was outside the off stump, dragged by Uthappa. But again, it was in this hitting zone.
Yeah, I think he played it really well. He waited very, very long for that delivery, and the way he waited and at the end just hit it with the... I think he didn't bowl it, he didn't turn it. It was an arm ball, it was coming in, so he picked the right ball to play the right shot as well, Robin Uthappa. And because of the bounce on this pitch, if it was Sharjah, he would never even dream of playing that shot. Because there is good bounce on this pitch and the ball comes onto the bat quite nicely as well. As a batter, you do feel that you have a chance going across.
Right, it's 80 for 1 after 10 overs. CSK against KKR in this IPL final. On 5 Live Sports Extra is Nikesh Stragani to pick up the commentary.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, really good start here for the Chennai Super Kings. Remember, the last 8 games played in Dubai in this competition, the chasing side has won each and every time. This could be a different proposition here. With it being a final, of course, Abhishek, anywhere sort of upwards of 150 will probably be a competitive target as Lockie Ferguson comes in. Fab du Plessis can't beat point with an attempted cut dot ball. It's going to be difficult, anything over 150.
I just feel, Nikesh, that 150 would be quite a chaseable target. I think they need 170, 180 here, to be honest, because
even with the pressure of a final,
because of the due factor, I would say, because of the due factor, it'd be difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball, especially the spinners. It's going to be hard work for them to bowl in the second half. But yes, 150. I would say it would be an easy chase for KKR.
Ferguson is in it short, it's pulled away, beats mid-wicket and heads out to the boundary for 4 runs. He was quick onto that Du Plessis. It wasn't all that short, it was angled into the body, but he moved over to the leg side and slapped it towards that boundary. He moves on to 41 from 32. CSK 84 for 1 in the 11th.
Yeah, lovely shot. Again, lovely shot. Somehow he was expecting a short delivery. He went really back deep into his crease and then a lovely pull in front of square. There was a deep square leg fielder, but he had no chance to get across. Loki Ferguson knows he made a mistake by bowling that short delivery. And again, now a bit of change in field, probably bringing the square leg fielder towards mid-wicket a little bit to stop him from playing the same shot again. But he's got bowl better length here. Got to bowl a bit fuller than that.
Ferguson is in again. This is outside the off stump and punched beautifully off the back foot into the gap at extra cover. No need to run for that, Faf du Plessis. Lovely flourish as well as the ball races to the boundary. 88 for 1.
Yeah, you watch him bat like this and you think, why aren't you playing for South Africa? Why aren't you in the World Cup team for the South Africans? Oh, he's been brilliant in this edition of the IPL. Again, what a shot. What control with that shot. Not an easy shot to go aerial over covers on the back foot, but when you're in form you can do things which you even don't sometimes imagine you could. At the moment there's a small team meeting going on after those 2 boundaries and 2 boundaries in the previous over of Shakib, where they managed to hit 2 sixes in the last over. Suddenly this whole game has turned around in the CSK's favour. The momentum has completely shifted in the last 10 balls towards CSK.
The atmosphere in Dubai with all those yellow shirts is rocking. This is a slower Yorker from Ferguson and driven as far as Morgan at extra cover. They get through for a single. All the fielders saving that, well, meant to be saving that single, have now moved back to the edge of the circle, so allowing the ones and looking to just prevent boundaries at this stage. Damage limitation already for the Kolkata Knight Riders. 89 for 1 CSK.
Yeah, again, very good from CSK. They're going really well here. There's a lot of concerns for KKR. They need wickets early, but from KKR's point of view, they understand that if they can get a couple of wickets here, they can get Nitish Rana out, and if they can get a couple of wickets here and bring in MS Dhoni into the middle, they know that he's not in great form. Rayudu has scored a few runs, but often not clicked.
Focusing into Uthappa this time, who flicks out towards deep mid-wicket for just a single. This is, we've seen Robin Uthappa here, 10 from 5. He scored a half century in the previous match. MS Dhoni finished it off in MS Dhoni fashion as well. It's like being in 2011 again, isn't it?
It looks like it. But again, going back to the batting order of CSK, Moeen Ali, we know he haven't been in great nick. And yes, Robin Uthappa played a lovely knock in the last match. And that's what I'm saying. If they lose a couple of wickets here, if Faf and Robin gets out now, and if that brings Moeen and Ambati Rayudu in the middle with MS Dhoni coming next, this could get interesting for CSK. So they need this partnership to carry on for as long as possible.
Du Plessis back on strike, and is Ferguson, and this is way wide of the off stump and signalled so by Richard Illingworth. Extra run. Still 1 ball remaining in the 11th over. CSK 91 for 1. First wide of the innings. They've been pretty disciplined so far. Just the 1 wide and the 1 no ball, as well as a bye.
Ferguson has been a bit wayward, isn't it, today? He's been brilliant in this year's tournament so far for KKR, but today he just couldn't hit his length and right.
So he's in again. This is a half volley and it's lofted over long off for 6 runs. Just carries over the rope. There was no fielder there anyway, so it was a low risk shot from Faf du Plessis, who gets his 6, gets to his half century as well. What a way to do it, and in a final as well. 52 from 35 balls. A gentle raise of his bat towards the dugout, who are all on their feet applauding him, as are the many yellow shirts in the crowd. Valuable innings, 97 for 1 after 11, but his job is not done yet.
This is fabulous, absolutely fabulous batting from Faf du Plessis. He understood the situation perfectly. He knew that they need to up their score, they need to up their run rate as well, and that's exactly what he has done in the last couple of overs. They've gone after the bowlers, they picked the right bowlers as well. They knew it's harder to go after Chakrabarti and Sulina Ryan, so as soon as they saw an opportunity against Shakib and Ferguson, they took it. In the last couple of overs, they managed to get around 25-30 runs, and suddenly the whole momentum is with the CSK side. That was a wonderful shot again, picking the length early. The mid-off fielder was inside the 30-yard circle. He knew all he had to do is just get a bit of elevation to clear that infield, but he got enough to clear the rope as well. Wonderful cricket here by the CSK.
52 from 35 then for du Plessis. It's going to be Uthappa on strike for the start of this Sunil Narine over. Narine taking the only wicket to fall so far, that of Ruturaj Gaikwad, who made 32 and 27 on his way to becoming the leading run scorer in this season's IPL. Narine is into Uthappa, slip in place, it's cut away backward of point. There is a sweeper out on the boundary. Shakib running away towards his left, can't prevent a second run though. Good placement there from Uthappa. 99 for 1.
Yeah, you can sense that they're going to put a lot of pressure on Sunil Narine now. This is the over where Robin Uthappa might try and take Sunil Narine on as well. If they can hit a couple of boundaries against him, that's going to put a lot of pressure on KKR, a lot more than they are already under.
Narine again outside that off stump. This time Uthappa can't get it past the man in the ring at backward point. But once again, like we saw in the previous game, that little bit of hair dye, the red
Terrible
spray hair dye, it must be spray on hair dye, because every time he sweats, his whole helmet at the back turns red, and it's sort of running down the back of his shirt as well. Looks horrible.
He's not rocking the greatest style, I can tell you that much, Nikesh. Especially Robin Uthappa. If he was 25, 26, yes, probably yes.
Yeah, just to describe it as well, he's got the mohawk hairstyle, and then the very bottom of it, down by what you call the mullet, is dyed in red. And Ryan comes in, and Uthappa just pulls away at the last moment. Fielder's not quite settled, just in his eye line there.
Yeah. But so far so good for the CSK and for Robin. 12 of 7.
And Ryan into Uthappa again, who sweeps hard out towards deep square leg. And as far as the sweeper, so another single. And that's the 100. 100 for 1 for the Chennai Super Kings in the 12th over. Abhishek, after being put in by the KKR, all the talk about chasing on this wicket and how difficult it's going to be setting a total, they're off to the perfect start, really.
Oh, it's a brilliant start.
Ryan is full this time to du Plessis, drives down to long off for a single. 101 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start, and again, great batting from two very experienced cricketers. Ruturaj Gaikwad batted really well enough, Fab du Plessis carrying it through. Robin Uthappa came in straight away, showed his intention, probably going to try and go after Sunil Narine here as well.
He's in, and Uthappa's down the pitch, and there's a caught and bowled opportunity dropped by Sunil Narine. He was really casual on that, and you mentioned earlier that if the ball is not straight to him, he's not going to stop it. Well, that was straight at him, so he at least stopped it. But what a dolly. I mean, it was a little bit down towards his right hand side, and he just looks scared of the ball there, Sunil Narine. He's in again to Uthappa, defends, du Plessis rather, defends into the leg side, looks for 2, really good running, and gets home safely. So everything going wrong, almost an overthrow as well for the Kolkata Knight Riders. 12 overs gone, 104 for 1. Abhishek, talk us through that caught and bowled opportunity.
I said yes, he's only going to stop the ball if it's hit straight back to him, and that's what he did. He stopped the ball. I didn't say he's going to catch it.
Yeah, but it wasn't literally straight. He had to go a little bit towards his right. Maybe that was a bit too much for Sunil Narine.
I mean, also the ball was hit quite hard as well. But yes, if you're playing at this level, you're an international cricketer, you've got to take it at least 9 out of 10 times. But what you mentioned there, he looks scared. I think that's the right word, Nikesh. The moment Robin Uthappa hit the ball straight back to him, he was in no position to catch the ball. He looked like he wanted to get away from it, but because it was so straight, he had to still put his hand out. But luckily for him, that ball didn't went to the boundary. It was a dot ball at the end.
He didn't hit his wrist either as well. He was standing still as well. He wasn't moving in his follow through. He was stood still, which makes you feel he really should have taken that big opportunity. Maybe for the Kolkata Knight Riders, if they don't get another breakthrough soon, that could come back to haunt them. Robin Uthappa 14 from 9, Faf du Plessis 55 from 37. Chennai Super Kings cruising at the moment on 104 for 1 after 12 overs, and it's going to be Varun Chakravarti replacing Lockie Ferguson here, and could provide the key here. He's been outstanding this season. He's full to Uthappa, who drives square and will beat the man. No, he won't. Good bit of fielding by Venkatesh Iyer on the boundary there towards his left, saving a couple of runs. Really quick work from him.
He's been a breath of fresh air for the KKR, hasn't he? He's been the flavour of the month, flavour of the year for KKR. He's batted well, he's bowled well, and he's brilliant on the field as well. What a save that was. One hand pickup in the boundary, never easy.
Chakravarti's in again. It's a big slog sweep attempt. It's gone high. Has it gone far enough? Just clears the man at deep mid-wicket for 6 runs. Robin Uthappa rolling back the years here. 112 for 1. What a strike.
Yeah, he's lit up the stadium, Robin Uthappa. And again, it shows what one innings can do to a batsman, to his confidence. He batted beautifully in the previous match, and he's carrying the confidence through in tonight's game as well, and striking it brilliantly. 79 meter 6. It's a big boundary on that side of the ground, but Robin Uthappa is not scared to take those chances of brilliant batting. And these two bowlers, they're the best two bowlers for KKR, Varun Chakravarti and Sunil Narayan. If you can take them on, if you can hit boundaries against them, KKR other bowlers will be under massive pressure here.
50 partnership as well, 51 from just 26 balls between these two. It's been awesome so far. Can they carry it on? Ball just having to be sanitised as it's thrown back from the crowd. 112 for 1 then in the 13th over. Chakravarti is in once more, and this time wraps him on the pads. It looked pretty close. It hit him on the back foot there. Uthappa might have just been outside the line of the off stump, and maybe a little bit high as well.
It looked like a massive inside edge to me. We'll have to wait and see. There's obviously not. I think Eoin Morgan is not interested in DRS, so we'll have to wait for the replay. But it did look like that he's got a big inside edge onto his pads.
And he's been given the run as well. So you're right about that. 23 Uthappa. Plessis back on strike, and he just defends this one into the offside for no run. Good dip from Varun Chakravarti.
Yeah, that was a lovely delivery, a very good googly from Varun Chakravarti, but Robin Uthappa, again, we're watching the replay, he has big inside edge. That's what saved him there. Managed to get a single, and Fab du Plessis on strike now. 2 more deliveries left in this over for Varun.
It was a bit shorter and quicker, and it's flicked away by du Plessis out towards deep mid-wicket. Good work on the boundary there to prevent a second run. 114 for 1, so he's come back well after being smashed for that 6, Varun Chakravarti. 1 ball remaining in his over though.
Yeah, that was sort of a flipper where the ball came really quick in front of the hand. So after pitching, the flipper, what it does is when it pitches, it skids through to the batsman very quickly, so you don't really expect the ball to come that quickly to you.
This is floated up outside the off stump and driven through the covers and into the gap. There's a bit of a chase on here for Venkatesh Iyer towards his right. He gets there, but not before Uthappa gets 2 runs, so a couple to finish off the over. 13 overs gone then. Chennai Super Kings 116 for 1. And I suppose what makes Varun Chakravarti so special, Abhishek, is his action doesn't change too much, but he's got so many different variations.
Yeah, he's got a lot of variations, and that's why he's such a special bowler in the T20 format. He doesn't really play much cricket apart from the IPL. I mean, he plays a lot of club cricket, but doesn't really play first-class cricket in India, even after getting picked for India now for the T20 World Cup. And that's what IPL has done. IPL has given a lot of players an opportunity to play for India, even if they're not playing first-class cricket, which never happened before the IPL began. So it's a great opportunity for all the youngsters. If they've got all the ammunitions or all the variety to play T20 cricket, they can still play for India, even if they're not picked in the first-class side.
Right, Sunil Narayan to continue, and this one is defended into the leg side by du Plessis for a single. 117 for 1. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it? It's, your red ball form doesn't matter if you're going to be going and playing for India in T20 cricket. It's what you do on the big stage in these pressure situations in the IPL that will stand you in good stead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Robin Uthappa is going here.
Narayan into Uthappa, short and wide outside the off stump, and should be signalled wide, and it is by umpire Menon. It was beyond those guidelines. Good take by Karthik in the end, but Uthappa was winding up there.
He's going for Adek Howe corner. He's going to step out and try and take him on.
Right, this is a bit straighter, and he has wound up, and it is towards cow corner. Has he got the distance? Yes, he has, just again. Robin Uthappa, similar area to where he hit Varun Chakravarti. Just a flick of the wrists, really. It went really high in the air. And in the end, carried a good couple of meters over the rope. Another 6 for him. He's 31 from 14. Chennai 124 for 1 in the 14th.
Yeah, that's again a brilliant shot. Brilliant batting from Robin Uthappa. It suddenly changed the whole game here for the KKR, for the CSK. 83 meter long. It's a big boundary, but he's not scared of taking any bowler on. He's confident that he's gonna, if he hits it, he's gonna stay hit. He's gonna clear the boundary, and that's what he has done so far. And he's not gonna stop here, Nikesh. I feel like he's gonna keep going.
This is a reverse sweep. He's wrapped on the pads outside the line. It looked like of the off stump. You could see all 3 stumps, and umpire Menon has raised his finger. I'm sure Uthappa is going to review this, and he has pretty much straight away after a little consultation from Faf du Plessis. He was a long way down the pitch as well.
Yeah, I do feel like the impact was definitely outside off stump. We'll have to wait and see, but yes, if the impact is outside the off stump, probably Nitish Menon will have to overturn his decision. But it did look like when he played the shot, he was outside the line, but we'll have to wait and see.
Let's have a look. Replay. Is it going to be an umpire's call, maybe, just in line with the off stump? It looks a bit closer than it did originally from the angle.
I think that's out.
We saw.
I think that's out. That's going to hit stumps, and as long as it hits the stumps, impact look inside the within the stumps. So I think that probably would be a very, very good decision. Again, from Nitish Menon, he doesn't get many wrong, does he?
Doesn't. And, there's no bat on this. It's the reverse sweep attempt comes through there. And this is going to be a nervous few seconds here for Robin Uthappa. Let's look at the ball tracking. Did it hit in line? It did hit just about in line of the off stump, and it's hitting the middle stump about 3/4 of the way up. Sunil Narayan with another breakthrough here, and that is a massive wicket because Robin Uthappa has been playing beautifully. He's got to go for 31 from 15. You could argue that he's done his job here for the Chennai Super Kings. 124 for 2.
Yeah, I would say so. You would say so, that he has done a job for his side here. 31 on a T20 match of 15 deliveries. You would take it pretty much any day, and the team is in a very good position as well. He's given them a great foundation for all the batters to come now, with the likes of Ambati, Rayudu, Jadeja, Moeen, Ali, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. It's a never-ending batting order, but the question is, can they come out there in this pressure situation and deliver? It's all about delivering in these situations, but that was a very, very well played knock from Robin Uthappa, and we will be taking is a strategic timeout now. Yes,
it is, as Moeen Ali strides to the crease, so he will be next man in. Moeen Ali, not been in the best of form with the bat, has bowled pretty well this season. In fact, his economy rate with the ball is better than all of the KKR spinners, just 6.4 runs and over this season, but he's got a job to do here at number 4. Are you surprised by that move?
I'm a bit surprised. I would try out Jadeja. If they had to have the left and right in combination here, why not Jadeja? You know, I don't think they show enough trust in Jadeja as a batter. I don't think anybody does, not India, not CSK. I mean, he can definitely play at number 4, especially when there's only 6.5 overs left, and he's been in form. He can strike the ball better than anybody in world cricket on his day, and he's been in form as well. And Moeen Ali at the moment is looking a bit out of touch. He hasn't really scored many runs in this tournament, so I'm a bit surprised with that call. Yes, either Ambati Rayudu or Ravindra Jadeja should have walked in.
This used to happen a lot when MS Dhoni was the captain of India as well, and Jadeja was playing for India, particularly when Dhoni was captain. Jadeja didn't often get that opportunity to get promoted up the order. We've seen it a little bit in recent times. He, of course, batted in the top 6 for India. Did he come in at number 5, I believe, in the Oval Test against England earlier on in the summer? Yeah, so ahead of Ajinkya Rahane, who was out of form, of course. So, you know, the recent regime showing him a bit more faith, but the Chennai Super Kings and Dhoni not doing so.
Yeah, I think Virat has shown great interest and a great faith in his ability with the bat, and that's why if you see in the last 2.5 years, Nikesh, he has done exceptionally well in all formats as a batter as well. Yes, he has done well as a bowler, but I think he's done better as a batter in the last couple of years. But yeah, lack of faith from MS Dhoni again on Ravindra Jadeja's ability always surprises me a little bit. I think he's somebody who can change the game very, very quickly.
He could indeed, and we just talked about first-class cricket translating into success at international level, and that's the traditional form. Well, if that was the case, then MS Dhoni should be batting him up the order all the time, because he's got 3 triple centuries in first-class cricket, Ravi Jadeja. They were all before he made his international debut, though, to be fair, and he's never been considered a sort of top-order batter since he's burst onto the scene and sort of started playing for India. But we'll have to wait and see him, wait a little while before we see him, rather, because he's slotted to come in at number 6. We may well see him a bit earlier than that if they were to bat another couple of overs without losing a wicket here, the Chennai Super Kings. But they're off to a really good start here in this match. 124 for 2 midway through this 14th over as the strategic timeout comes to an end, and Sunil Narine prepares to bowl here to Moeen Ali. 2 for 25 for Narine. 3 balls remaining in his spell. In he is round the wicket. Ali chips this one in the air over point and down towards the sweeper there. Gets himself off the mark. It didn't look in full control of that, Moeen, but he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, happy with the single there, Moeen Ali. He wanted to get off strike as soon as possible, and as a batter, if you can get a single in the very first delivery, it does release the pressure straight away. But as we said, Moeen Ali, he's a big match player. He's got all the ability, not taking anything away from him, but just because of lack of form, I think they could have sent somebody else. But you never know, big players turn up in big occasions, so we'll have to wait and see if this is the time where he turns up.
Narine into du Plessis, who just defends off the back foot into the offside for no run, out towards point. Moeen Ali, he's got plenty of experience, of course, not only in the IPL, but of course with England, and when he's on it, there's none better to watch. I can tell you that. He's as elegant as they come. He can clear the ropes with ease. Narine into du Plessis again, who can't get it away with a flick into the leg side. So 2 dot balls to finish off that over for Narine. A successful one for him. He finishes his spell with 2 for 26, and the Chennai Super Kings, with 6 overs remaining in their innings, of 125 for 2. Faf du Plessis 57 not out from 42 deliveries. It's going to be, with that end of the 14th over, Ravi Bopara replacing Abhishek Junjunwala for the final 6 overs of this innings. Moeen Ali on strike here, and we're going to see Venkatesh Iyer into the attack here. The sort of final roll of the dice for Eoin Morgan as far as his bowling options are concerned. Just his 10th match of his IPL career, just the 3 wickets. Part-time bowler is Venkatesh Iyer, 8.53 runs and over his economy rate. Can he be the man with the golden arm here in this innings? He's replacing Varun Chakravarti. He's going to come around the wicket to Moeen with his medium paces and beats him immediately past the outside edge. I suppose if you're going to try somebody like Venkatesh Iyer, it's a good time with a new man there like Moeen Ali at the crease.
Yeah, and I think Eoin Morgan knows that he can't afford to bowl Shakib Al-Hasan, left arm spinner, to Moeen Ali, who's going to, at this stage of the game, in the position they're in, can afford to really go after him.
Iyer in once more. It's sort of stuck in the pitch, that. Moeen manages to flick it out towards the vacant mid-wicket area for a single. 126 for 2. Slower ball there from Venkatesh Iyer. His slower ball is down at 106 kilometres. His quicker ball's probably not more than 120 odd.
I really think he's a very good option. Given they've exhausted every other option, I think Owen's probably missed a trick here. Maybe he could have bowled him a little bit earlier. I think he's the type of bowler that I don't think du Plessis will fancy as much.
Whereas into du Plessis, flicks down towards backward square leg. Another single. Won't mind this at all, the KKR. All of a sudden, these last couple of overs, the momentum just slightly shifting here. Back towards KKR. Still a good platform here for the Chennai Super Kings to go on and get a competitive total. 127 for 2. 5 overs remaining after this. Still 3 balls remaining in this 15th over. Chahar is back round the wicket to Moeen. It's very full. He's wrapped on the pads, manages to squeeze it out towards square leg for a leg by, 128 for 2.
I feel as if he's a bowler who's probably overlooked. I think he's a little bit underrated. I think he's a bit better than what I think he's viewed as. I think he's got some good changes of pace. He's got good direction. I think he'll definitely bowl a few more overs.
Iyer is into du Plessis this time, who cuts away only as far as the sweeper on the deep point boundary, and they're through for 2 runs. There's a dive by du Plessis back to the striker's end as the throw comes in from Shivam Mavi. It was with the fielding out there. Good running from Faf du Plessis. He's still got the legs.
He's a fit man, but it was a good piece of fielding because the throw was good. If it just reached the keeper on the full, I think it would have been very, very close.
In the end, the dive getting him home, but it was almost a half volley as the throw came in to Dinesh Karthik. It was a good take from him in the end. Difficult to whip the bails off in time. This is again very full and squeezed out towards deep point once more by du Plessis, this time just the single, so very good over there from Venkatesh Iyer, who replaced Varun Chakravarti there. And 5 overs remaining then in this innings. Chennai Super Kings 131 for 2. Ravi Bopara, you tell us what you think they'll be targeting from here on in, and then Simon Mann will take you through to the conclusion of the innings.
I think with the last 5 overs and the platform that CSK have got, they want to be getting a minimum of 60 off the last 5. I think that's the norm nowadays. With you do get one big over somewhere in there in the last 5 overs, one that goes for 15. So they'll be looking at 60 at least from the last 5. So that'll take them up around that 190 mark, which will be a fantastic score.
Yeah, you feel it would, wouldn't you, Ravi? I mean, we've not been used to big runs in this section of the IPL because of the pitches. Sharjah's really lowered the runs per over rate. There have also been some quite tricky pitches here, and that's not such an extent in Abu Dhabi, but also there as well. We haven't had those really big scores that you sometimes get in T20 cricket, and you sometimes get in India as well. There were the odd exception, of course, Mumbai Indians in their last match scoring 230, and that was a huge outlier really compared to what we've seen so far. But you just feel, KKR under a bit of pressure. 190 in a final. It's a significant total anyway. They haven't got there yet. They've got to get there. 5 overs left, 131 for 2. But you feel that comfortably 180 is on here. Ferguson is replacing Narayan. These two teams have been involved in a high-scoring match in this season's IPL back in Mumbai. It was way back when, months ago. 220 for 3, played 202. And CSK winning that, and they won the other game as well, a tight one in Abu Dhabi by 2 wickets off the final ball, chasing 172. So there have been 2 reasonably high-scoring games between these two sides, and this promises to be another. Du Plessis on strike. Ferguson goes in to bowl to him, guided away off the back foot, and he's found the gap down towards deep third. 2 fielders up on the offside, and was given some width by Ferguson, and he was able to sort of guide it away, and it's a really delicate shot from du Plessis, takes him to 65, and the runs continue to flow. It was a slower ball, but he just went a bit leg side and hit it well.
Yeah, it just provided enough width, and when you do provide width, the batters are going to slash at it. There's always a chance you're going to pick up edges that can run past those short men. It's a crucial time for KKR here.
135 for 2, start of the 16th. Ferguson bowls full on the pads of du Plessis. Dug out into the onside, to the edge of the circle. They're looking for 2. Throw, well, I says back to come in. There's a misfield, and it allows him to come back for 2 comfortably. It's Mavi going onto it there, running towards the edge of the circle. It's one of those horrible ones for the fielding side where you think, they're going to get 2 to the edge of the circle. So you're sprinting in, and then you're over eager. And even if he'd picked it up cleanly, I think they'd have got back for the second there. Moeen running with du Plessis. 137 for 2. Du Plessis to 67, having a real influence on this final. It's a slower ball, full ball outside the off stump, and completely deceives du Plessis, who swats at it and misses, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Dinesh Karthik. So a victory for the bowler there. There have been so many for Lockie Ferguson today, who's been excellent in terms of his runs per over in this season's IPL. He's gone for 35 today, midway through his 3rd over. He's bowled quickly, but the ball has also disappeared quickly off the bat. 137 for 2. Ferguson, stuttering start to his run, now sprints in over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, guided away by du Plessis down towards deep cover. It's only a single. Shakib Al-Hassan returns, and du Plessis moves to 68, and CSK to 138 for 2 in the 16th over.
And I feel like there's a few problems here for KKR, because they've got to find one more over somewhere. Chakravarti's got one left, Narayan's bowled out, so they've got to find one over somewhere, and I think they'd have to keep going with Iyer. I think, with Iyer bowling the 17th over is always risky. He's only medium pace, but he has shown good skill. He's got a good slower ball. He's had the ability to get the ball in the block hole. I do feel he's a little bit underrated as a bowler, but we'll see more if he does bowl that 17th over, and both batsmen will be going after him.
Took 2 for 29 in one game this season. He hasn't bowled a huge amount, but a handful of overs. But when he has bowled, he's done a useful job, I suppose you could say, although his economy rate's 8.5, but then he is a sixth bowler. Ferguson bowls to Moeen, full, swatted away by Moeen, but straight to the mid-off, and they can't get the single there because he hit that almost too firmly at Iyer, picked it up on the edge of the circle, and so there's no run. Moeen is 2 from 5, in at number 4 today. We've seen him at 3 earlier in this competition, but Uthappa coming into the side, they've pushed Uthappa up of late, and it's actually worked for them, and it worked for them this evening. 31 from 15 balls from Robin Uthappa. What a good decision that was from Nitin Menon. What a modern decision it was as well. Ferguson bowls, Moeen swings this away into the leg side towards deep mid wicket, but inevitably there's a fielder at cow corner, so it's only a single. Moeen up to 3, 139 for 2. I think all of us sitting here watching it thought it was just outside the line, and his pad was well outside the line. It's 139 for 2 after 16, but he sort of hit the inner part of his pad on the reverse sweep. It was a long way forward as well. It's one of those, they never would have given that out when you probably started your cricket career, Ravi, but they do now with the technology, and it absolutely banged to rights.
Yeah, technology's really changed umpiring, hasn't it? Umpires know a lot more balls do go on and hit the stumps, so it has really changed the way umpiring decisions are made, and I think for the better as well. I mean, if it's out, isn't it? It doesn't matter what shot you're playing. Or
well, old spinners say, they look at the game now.
Yeah, I could have got a million.
I'd have got 500 more wickets. You could sort of understand their frustration, because at the time they said that's out. I'm telling you, that's out. But the umpire said, no, not out, too far forward. I have to guess too much.
But batters would have adapted as well in those days. If those were given out, started to be given out earlier, then batters would have adapted a bit earlier.
So they might not have got 500 wickets.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe a few more. Maybe 10-20% more, but not 500 more.
Well, that's what someone like Tuffers would say. I've got 500 more. 139 for 2, 16 overs. So Shakib 3 overs to 33, and they don't want to bowl him again, obviously, as Ravi was saying. But Mavi is going to bowl now, the 17th over, and he's bowling to Moeen. And Mavi goes in and bowls to Moeen. It's short and hammered away out towards wide long on. Magnificent blow from Moeen Ali. He really timed that. Brilliant stroke. Okay, it was sort of in his hitting arc, but he still had to deliver, and he did magnificently. Takes him to 9, 145 for 2.
Yeah, there was a slower ball bowled into the pitch. Just looks like the slower balls ain't really holding in this pitch. Either the pitch is getting better as the dew comes down, so those slower balls now, when you do roll your fingers over it, they're not quite gripping in the surface as much as the KKR bowlers would want to. But it's a good sign for their batters as well. It gives the batters an easier option to chase down a big score. But this is trouble for KKR, because now Mavi's into his third over. Ferguson's got one left. They've got to fill one over out. I mean, looks like Iyer could be given the last over.
Well, yeah, someone's got to deliver it. And what we saw the other day is that Eoin Moore was happy to rely on his 5 main bowlers, and they did a great job for him, actually. All their figures were all very similar, grouped between 26 and 28. It's a remarkable consistency, but today it's a different story. 145 for 2, thrilling shot from Moeen Ali. He waits, bat raised, looking for more. Mavi goes in and bowls to him. It's full, dug out this time, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think when you play on tricky wickets, 5 bowlers will do the job, because it's unlikely that they're going to travel on difficult wickets, so that sixth bowler doesn't is not required as much. But when you get good wickets, that's when that sixth bowler really plays a big part. And on a wicket like this, which is now just getting better and better, that sixth bowler is really now coming into action, and it's an interesting time now for KKR and Owen Morgan.
Mavi bowls to Moeen, it's full, it's driven away along the ground to long off, straight to the fielder, picks out the man on the long off boundary and takes that single. 146 for 2. So Tripathi, who's one of the sort of aces in his pack really, Owen Morgan's pack, he's bowled 3 overs, but he won't risk him at this stage. Well, he might, but it's unlikely. And Shakib Al-Hassan bowled 3 as well. The Rhines finished 4 overs, 2 for 26. So Ferguson 1 over left. And then Mavi, and then what does he do? Iyer has bowled the 1 over for 5. Well, it's a tidy over, 1 over for 5. It's almost certain, you think, to get the one of the last 3. 146 for 2.
But the next over is a big decision. Does he go back to Ferguson, or does he bowl Iyer? I mean, that's going to be a big decision for him.
What would you do?
Well, he could be thinking, look, I'll bring Ferguson, maybe he'll get me a wicket, and then Iyer can bowl when a new batsman is in.
Mavi bowls full, driven back by du Plessis, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Mavi has come back well for that blow for 6. It's 1 off 3 of the last 3 deliveries. Du Plessis 68 from 50 balls, 146 for 2.
I mean, they could always go back to Tripathi.
They could do, couldn't they?
That would be very risky at this stage of the game to bowl a spinner to 2 set batsmen.
What if they get a wicket?
I would go with Iyer. I think he's shown enough skill to do well, or at least get away with an over there. But I think a spinner would be really difficult, because it's very hard for spinners to get the ball in the block hole.
Morgan's come over to have a chat with his bowler, hence the delay. Du Plessis waits. Bat raised. Really raised high. And here is Mavi to bowl to him. It's full, good delivery. Right up there. It's Yorker length, dug out by du Plessis towards long on. And Mavi, after bowling that ball at the start of the over, there was a slower ball that actually ended up sort of being in the slot a bit to Moeen, sort of cross him, but it's in his swinging arc, has improvised and done well as this over's progressed. 1 ball left in it.
Well, you can almost predict what Mavi's going to bowl here. He's going to try getting a Yorker in, which Moeen Ali will be expecting. I hope he's expecting that, and if he does miss, it gives Moeen Ali a great opportunity. He doesn't have to worry about a slow ball or anything else. But if Mavi's clever, he might bowl a quick bouncer.
Mavi goes in, it's full, and he hasn't quite found his length there, and Moeen's hit him onto the top of the sight screen for 6. It skimmed right off the top of the sight screen and gone away for 6 runs. Well, it ended up being a half volley really, and Moeen belted it back over the bowler's head for 6. So he's bookcased the over there with 2 6s. Bookended the over, I should say, with 2 6s. 84 metres.
Well, that was always a danger. I thought Mavi was just getting a bit predictable there. Although he was landing his Yorkers, he only has to miss a little bit these days for the batsman to get underneath it and hit it for 6. And that's where, as a bowler, you got to be unpredictable. I think if you're landing your Yorkers, yes, you can bowl majority, but you still do need to be unpredictable and try something else, just to put something in the batter's mind. But Moeen Ali, I think, there was always ready for that full pace on ball.
153 for 2 after 17 overs. So 200 is not totally out of the question. But it looks, at the moment, you'd say around that, 185, 190. But if they have a really good end here, it is going to be Ferguson to bowl the 18th over. So Iyer is an option. Ferguson is the option, and Mavi the option, the pace options, and Shakib and Chakravarti the spin options. But here is Ferguson going into bowl to du Plessis, wide outside the off stump, swatted away. There was a fumble in the cover region. Is that Morgan there?
Yeah, it was a run out. Well, it would have been a dot ball.
Yeah, it was a really sloppy piece of fielding from Moeen Morgan. He's almost as if he was thinking ahead, and what he didn't do was just sort of field the ball. He was sort of thinking about something else. Well, actually, to be fair, I think see the replay. It might have
spun on him. You do get that sort of surface at Dubai where it can be a bit soft.
Just moved a fraction away from him at the last moment. At first look at it, looked a really sloppy piece of fielding, but anyway, probably just the spin took it away from him. One more run to the total, one to du Plessis, who's playing some big shots. They're not quite coming off at the moment. It's Moeen who's swinging and hitting. Moeen 16 not out. Du Plessis has been the bedrock of this, or provided the bedrock of this CSK innings. He's 70 from 52 balls, and Ferguson for once is going round the park. 154 for 2. He's going round the wicket for now. Bowls to Moeen. It's on the pads, and it's flicked the pads. Gone down fine. Very good stop on the fine leg boundary by Nargakoti, the sub-fielder. Sends in the return, and Moeen comes back for 2. I think they're just going to check whether it was 4 or not. It looked to me as though it was a good piece of fielding from Nargakoti. First look at it anyway, he dived away to his left. Yeah, that was fine. He knocked it back inside the rope. He did go into the rope, but he knocked it back before he got there. That was a brilliant piece of fielding.
Yeah, that was a great bit of cricket from KKR. I think that they're a little bit unlucky to go for 2 runs here. It was a good piece of bowling. It was a fast Yorker into the pads of Moeen Ali, but it went fine. But it was a fantastic piece of fielding as well to stop the 4 runs, saving KKR 2 runs.
Ravi Bopara with you on 5 Live Sports Extra. 156 for 2, 18th over. Moeen on strike. He hits that away into the offside, out towards the wide long off boundary. That's gone away for 4. Moeen there getting plenty of elevation, leaning back and slamming that through the offside. He's up to 22 now from 12 balls. 160 for 2, and Ferguson is well into the 40s. 44 he's conceded. He's into his final over now. It was another fine blow from Moeen, and it was up there. It was nice and full, and again in this swinging, hitting arc.
Yeah, it all seems a little bit too easy at the moment. It's a little bit too predictable. I think Ferguson, who's got the capability of bowling 150 k's an hour, he's not using his short ball. I think he's got to think about using different lengths here.
Ferguson into bowl to Moeen. That's a bit shorter, swung away, mistimed by Moeen though, goes bobbling out towards wide long on. And this time Moeen is restricted to a single. 161 for 2 in the 18th over, heading for something like 190 in this 2021 IPL final. Competition delayed. It's taken 6 months to complete. Chennai Super Kings on for their 4th title. And what's their 9th final? KKR looking for a hat-trick, 2 wins, and last win they're back in 2014. Ferguson bowls, slower delivery down the leg side, and du Plessis deliberately stays inside the line of that, and so they'll have the wide, which is signalled by umpire Menon. So going quite right for Ferguson today. 6th extra of the innings, 162 for 2, and there's still 14 balls left of the innings. It's up to 46 now. Lucky Ferguson. He's still got 2 balls to bowl. The rags are out. It's noticeable that the cloths are out, which does suggest there's due around in the first innings as well. Ferguson bowls outside the off stump. Du Plessis lifts him away into the offside, out towards the wide long off boundary. I think they had enough on it. Shubman Gill ran round from a long off away to his left-hand side, but that has gone over the rope and away for 6. And Ferguson, well, his half century's up in the IPL final, but not the half century he wanted. They're just going to check this. I'm pretty sure this went for 6. It was in the slot and it was wide as well, and du Plessis duly dispatched it.
Yeah, it's been hard work for Ferguson today. Yep, it's gone for 6. It's been hard work for Ferguson today. He's tried his slower balls which haven't gripped, and he's got a lot of pace on deliveries too full.
Last ball for him, and du Plessis heaves this into the onside for 4. To the left of deep mid-wicket. Again, that was right up there for the stroke, and du Plessis obliged. And Ferguson has had a bit of a nightmare here in this IPL final.
Well, I think that's the trouble you run into when you're not capable, or you haven't got a Yorker to turn to. Ferguson doesn't tend to go to Yorkers. He tends to bowl into the pitch, slower balls. But when the pitch isn't gripping like this one, and you've got two set batters, it's very difficult to keep them quiet. And he doesn't have a particularly great slower ball. It's good because he can change it down from 150, but it doesn't deceive the batsman in the air, which then on a pitch like this, where this pitch has just got better and better, you can see the dew is now taking effect. It's really, really hard to bowl to batters who are set.
Now both these are now. Moeen's joined in. Du Plessis is on 80. Moeen's 23 from 13. 172 for 2 overs left, and 200 is definitely on. Partnership is worth 48 from 28 balls, and it's noticeable the cloths are out. They've been out for a while, but they're far more prominent now to try to dry the ball. Okay, there's an element in which you have a cloth just to dry your hands as well, to get the sweat off on a warm evening. Right, they're going Chakravarti for the 19th over.
I would have gone with Iyer, if I'm being honest. I think he's been the most capable of getting the Yorkers in. But spinner at this stage, this could be interesting.
He's had a good competition, but this is a pressure moment. He's over 25 from his 3 overs. I don't think this would have been the plan. Of course it wouldn't have been the plan to bowl him at this stage. Well, not unless they were sort of 80 for 8 or something. And the first ball is missed by Moeen. He gives himself some room. It's very close to the off stump. In fact, for a moment I thought he'd bowled him, but Dinesh Karthik was behind the stumps, whipped the bails off. It missed by very much. It didn't. Almost shaved the off stump there. Moeen had his foot behind the line. It's a dot ball from Chakravarti. Well, good start.
Good start. I think Moeen Ali knows that he's gonna bowl googlies here, so he's going to be try pitching it away and spinning it away from Moeen Ali. He's setting himself for that.
Moeen waits Chakravarti over the wicket to bowl to Moeen. Moeen lifts him into the leg side, and he's found the gap as well between long on and deep mid wicket. It's gone away for 4. Takes Moeen to 27, and CSK to 176 for 2. And those yellow shirted supporters are off their seats again. There are thousands of them. It really does feel like a home match for CSK. There seems to be that much support for Kolkata Knight Riders. Chakravarti settles for a moment, sets himself. Wrist spinner goes in and bowls to Moeen. He comes down the pitch and he top edges that towards short third. Well, it was over the keeper's head. It went down fine. Moeen sort of hammers his hand on his hip in frustration there that he missed out. There's a thickish edge. It looped in the air towards short third. 177 for 2. With 9 balls left of the CSK innings. And 50 partnership is up between these two. Decent time.
200 looks on here for KKR.
23 from 9 balls. Du Plessis 20 away from 100, and there's a huge swing at that inside edge onto the pad, rolls away into the offside, then towards short third. They run through for a single, so it's over. Not going too badly for Morgan and for Chakravarti. I suppose that is the benefit of having a bowler you don't get quite sure about. You can miscue a couple, but also as well, if he gets it wrong, he can disappear for a couple of sixes. Chakravarti into bowl to Moeen, and Moeen hits this high in the air, back down the ground, and there is one of those sixes I was talking about. Into the sight screen, that's straight long off, and this over's gone for 12 now. Moeen to 34, 184 for 2, and that 200 is coming ever nearer for CSK.
And this is why bowling a spinner at this stage is so dangerous. The ability to get their Yorkers in is very, very hard, especially with a bowler who mixes it up. I mean, if you've got a conventional spinner, an off spinner or a left arm spinner, they may be able to fire him in there. But with a bowler who bowls a ball out the back of his hand like a leggy, googlies, it's very hard to bowl Yorkers So it just always presents the batsman at this stage when there's not much value on your wicket. They can just swing through the ball, and they just got to half connect it and go for 6.
Well, 84 for 2. Tripathi into bowl to Moeen, who goes again, powering down the ground. This time, though, he picks out the fielder at long off. So it is only a single. 13 off Chakravarti's over. So he's finished with 4 overs for 38. Moeen's on strike for the next over, and it's 15 for the 200.
Yep, and we were talking about 190, the sort of 60 off the last 5. They've almost reached that. They only need another 5 or 6 runs to get that 60 from the final 5 overs, but I think they're going to get more than 6 runs in the final over. It'll be Mavi to bowl it, and this is looking like a very, very good score, especially in a final, the biggest game of the tournament, the biggest T20 final in the world, apart from obviously the ICC World Cup. But to chase down 190, 200 in a final, it will take a massive effort.
I think that some might even argue that IPL final's bigger than the T20 World Cup final.
Yeah.
But that's coming up anyway. T20 World Cup first match is on Sunday, 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. 5 Sports Extra for Oman against Papua New Guinea. We'll have every ball of every match. And that afternoon, Scotland against Bangladesh. That game starts at 3 o'clock. And Shakib Al-Hassan will be heading off for Oman straight after today's match, or possibly in the morning, to join up with his Bangladesh colleagues. He's obviously an important member of that Bangladesh squad. 185 for 2. England play their first game on the 23rd against West Indies, and we're going to hear from Mark Wood during the interval. I spoke to him this morning from Oman, and then there's a game India-Pakistan, I think, on the 24th.
Big game.
Quite a big game.
Quite a big game.
India-Pakistan, 24th. Bringing that ball by ball as well. Here's the last over. Mavi goes in, bowls to Moeen. Full toss, hit away into the leg side, not perfectly timed, goes bobbling out towards deep mid-wicket. Now Gaikwad is there, sends in the return, and they're through for a single.
I think Manchester United playing Liverpool on the same day, same time.
What, as India-Pakistan?
Yep, same time.
That was well timed, wasn't it? Who came up with that? It's just one of those things, isn't it? 186 for 2. Do you have an interest in that match?
Not really. What, the India-Pakistan one?
No, Manchester United Liverpool. I'm sure you have an interest in India-Pakistan.
No, I'm not a bigger football follower as I used to be.
Okay. Du Plessis on 81. 55 off the last 25 balls. 14 for the 100. Whatever happens from here, KKR know it's going to be a significant chase. Very different game from the one they played the other day in Sharjah. Mavi moves in, bowls to Du Plessis, full toss, hit away into the leg side, high into the leg side, out towards the boundary, picked up just inside the rope by Ferguson, running away to his right hand side, and they come back for 2. That felt like a ball to disappear for 6 to me, but he didn't quite get it. Du Plessis to 83, and there are 4 balls left in the innings. And the question here is, can Du Plessis top Gaikwad? He's the leading run scorer in this season's IPL. He needs 6 runs to go above him, 5 to equal, and he's got a handful of balls left in the innings. That's a remarkable stat, isn't it? Those 2 CSK openers are right up there with well over 600 runs. He's got 83 today, so we'll keep an eye on that. One blow will do it. 188 for 2. Du Plessis waits. Mavi moves in to bowl to him. It's short, and it really deceives in that slower ball. It took a long time to come down. Du Plessis was sort of half through the shot, and then waiting, and then sort of swatted it away into the leg side for a single. And so Moeen will be on strike.
Well, finally, the KKR bowlers decide they're going to bowl a different delivery. Everything's been full in the last 18 to 24 deliveries, which has allowed CSK to really put their foot down. There's been no change in lengths from the KKR bowlers, but that one there was a good slow ball bouncer, which really deceived the batsman. There needs to be more of that. I mean, it almost seems a little bit late now, but 3 balls can make a big difference in the game.
189 for 2. Moeen on strike. Mavi right arm over the wicket, goes in to bowl to him, and Moeen powers it down the ground, along the ground towards long off. It's only a single. Venkatesh Iyer will have a role to play with the bat fairly soon. Picks it up and sends in the return. one more to the total. Mavi's done okay so far in this over. 1-2-1-1. It's those boundaries, of course, you want to avoid. Now, can du Plessis score the runs that will make him the leading run scorer? It's a nice little thing to achieve, isn't it? Leading wicket taker, leading run scorer. Okay, it won't be the be-all and end-all for him, but it's definitely a nice little way to leave your mark. Mavi into bowl to du Plessis. It's a slower ball, and which he toe ends into the offside. And there's a misfield, and they're going to pinch a second, and that's going to give du Plessis the strike to hit a boundary off the final ball and help him to be that leading run scorer. It was a good ball from Mavi. A slower ball, completely deceived du Plessis. There was a slip there. Morgan again. Eoin Morgan again slipping in the outfield. He's frustrated. His body language. I think there was he used a word there that you probably shouldn't necessarily use if you're on radio and television, from Morgan, in frustration. You can sort of understand it. It's not gone KKR's way at all. CSK 192 for 2. Last ball of the innings coming up. Du Plessis on 86. He's batted throughout the innings, and Mavi, he's actually deceived him with a couple of slower ball of late bowls to him. This one is right in the slot. It's driven out towards long on, but he's picked out the long on fielder. Venkatesh Iyer takes the catch, and du Plessis is out from the final ball of the innings, and that's a pretty decent final over from Mavi. 1 for 32 from 4 overs, but CSK have finished on 192 for 3 from their 20 overs. It doesn't guarantee them anything, but it puts them in with a decent chance in this final. Runs on the board in a final.
Yep, and that's a lot of runs on the board in the final. I know the wicket is good, and the dew has taken effect, and we saw that in the last 5 overs, or even more actually, probably the last 10 overs of that innings, the ball really sliding onto the bat. So it's a fantastic score. It's going to be a tough chase for KKR. They're going to need a very, very good start off the first 6 overs.
So du Plessis walks off, bat raised. His teammates come out to pat him on the back. He's got sweat pouring off his jersey. So it's only 20 overs, but it's been out there for an hour and 3/4, up and down on a warm evening. And the Kolkata Knight Riders fielders make their way off. See their towels out there just used to dry arms, really, to rub the sweat off, not just to dry the ball, but also to keep hands dry as well. And so Kolkata will need 193 to win. And in 2012, we did mention this earlier, they chased 191 to beat CSK. This evening they need 193, so very similar scores, but a tough chase, but not absolutely impossible. But they are potentially without Rahul Tripathi, because he was injured while fielding, and Gaikwad fielded for the best part of the innings, and Tripathi walked off like a player who is going to struggle to do anything really as a batter. They might be able to strap him up and push him out there if they need runs at the end, say, if they're in a desperate situation, but you wonder whether he'll be able to play a normal part. And he's a key member of this KKR batting lineup, very aggressive player. So quite a bit depends on Venkatesh Iyer and Shubman Gill at the top of the order. And what you wonder is what's Eoin Morgan going to come up with the bat this evening. It's been thin pickings for him so far.
It has been, but Morgan is one of those guys where if there's anyone who's going to take the game away from you, Morgan is the guy. Once he's in and he's in that mode, he's so hard to stop. But I just feel at Dubai, you're going to need more than just one guy. It does take more than one guy because the boundaries are a little bit bigger. It is a little bit harder to score at times, but when the boundaries are bigger, one guy cannot just take the game away from you. You need a couple other guys really playing a good supporting role. So they're going to need that in abundance to chase down 192.
Just waiting to get some reaction to that Chennai Super Kings innings. So they'd quite like to talk to du Plessis, but he might be in need of a cool shower and a change of clothes after his 86, batting throughout the innings.
And at the moment, one of the happiest people around is Ruturaj Gaikwad. He's wearing yellow at the moment, but he's going to get an orange at some point. I'll ask you about that later, though. Ruturaj, tell me, normally you start off a little slowly. Today, you were the one who was the chief aggressor. Was that planned, or did it just happen with the way the ball was coming on?
No, I think Shakib was about to bowl 2 overs, so I thought, maybe I'm a better player of spin, so, I should take him on. And, Fab faced a little bit lesser balls than me, and, I got my cricketing shots in that over, so, I was more than happy to do it.
This is a better surface from a batsman's point of view than any of the others you've played since coming here.
I don't think so. I think it's a little bit stopping as well, and it's holding up, and it's not that easy. I think we played brilliantly to reach 190, and we hit some brilliant sixes, and obviously on good balls as well. So I think it's going to be challenging for them.
Is that enough, you think?
I think it's enough, but again, we need to execute our plans really well. We need to bowl well, and we need to back up but fielding as well.
Now, Ruturaj, did you know that Faf was one boundary away from snatching your orange cap?
No, absolutely no. I wanted him to get a 6 and, add that extra 6 runs for the team, but, it's okay.
It doesn't matter. The two of you have been so good for CSK this year. So well played, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
There we go. We didn't get Plessis. We got Ruturaj Gaikwad, who is the leading run scorer in this season's IPL, and a bit of verbal sort of mind games as well. Oh, it's a tricky pitch. It's stopping out there. Oh, we've got 192 for 3 from our 20 overs. Good luck with that, KKR. Ruturaj Gaikwad, a member of the Dad's Army team, but he's only 24 years of age. So this is the last match of the IPL, but you won't have to wait long for more live cricket on 5 Live Sports Extra from Sunday. Every ball of every game in the T20 World Cup. England don't start that campaign until a week on Saturday when they face West Indies in a repeat of the last final. Who can forget that last day with Carlos Brathwaite, part of our commentary team, hitting Ben Stokes for 4 sixes. Well, the England players not involved in the IPL have been preparing in Oman, including fast bowler Mark Wood. I caught up with him earlier to find out how their build-up is going. But first I asked him about his Durham teammate Ben Stokes, who yesterday posted film of his return to the nets. The images have raised speculation that Stokes could make part of the Ashes tour, but Wood was urging caution on that.
With Ben, it wasn't a case of just about the cricket, there was a wider skill thing happening there. So hopefully the other things are going well, and then the cricket can just naturally come back. Not going to lose it overnight as he's a quality player, so he'll get back into it. It's just whether he's feeling good, and I hope that's the case.
Just on Ben, have you been in touch with him fairly recently, Mark?
No, I haven't. I've sort of left him to it. I tried to contact him a couple of times, but obviously he's been keeping his head down. So no, I haven't spoken to him lately, but it's great signs that he's hitting balls again. Whenever he's ready to chat, I'm always here. I'm always there for him. So if he wants to drop us a bell, then I would speak to him.
I wonder what the talk is within the squad, especially those going to the Ashes. I mean, do you sort of still feel that, there's a possibility that he could play some part in the tour? Is that the talk among the players there?
No, not once has it been mentioned. Not once amongst any of the players has Stokes been mentioned. The first thing that, is the forefront of everyone's mind here is that they just want him to be all right. No one wants to even think past that. Just want him to be himself and feel right and happy and stuff like that. So not once has it crossed anyone's mind about the Ashes.
The IPL final takes place this afternoon. In Morgan is in it. You're captain for the T20 World Cup. Will you be watching? Will the players be watching?
I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a few who've watched whenever the English lads have been there. They've been gathered around, watching on a phone or a laptop or an iPad, trying to watch some of the games and the highlights. Obviously we wish both the English lads well in the game. We don't want to just, whoever comes out on top at least will have one winner, and they can hopefully bring that enthusiasm and luck with them to the England cap.
Yeah, Owen hasn't had the greatest time with the bat in this IPL. Do you think that has any relevance as far as the T20 World Cup's concerned?
Absolutely none. No, I don't think it has anything. I think he'd be absolutely fine We know how good he is, and his form. He's won plenty of games for England when the heat is on. Morgie will be ready.
What about the pitches? I mean, I'm sure as a quick bowler, you might have been just keeping an eye on the sort of surfaces the IPL has been played on. What have you made of it? I mean, I just wonder whether you might be concerned. Well, perhaps not so much from a bowling point of view. I mean, it's been hard work for the batters in the UAE.
Yeah, as a bowler, I'm pretty happy about that. It obviously puts extra pressure on us to deliver, so we'll have to be up for the challenge. But I feel like we do keep an eye on the pitches there, and we've seen, especially like the likes of Sharjah, you might have to bowl different to Dubai, where you might have to bowl different. I mean, it's not just the wickets, it's the dimensions of the field. Sharjah is quite small, Abu Dhabi obviously wider. So it's good that we get a heads up. The thing that you'll have to do is adapt within the game anyway. So whatever the conditions may be, I mean, the lads have been talking about the dew factor becoming more and more this time of year. So we're just going to have to assess conditions while we're out there. But it seems like, we can pick up little bits and pieces, the lengths, the depth, all of those things like that, what's worked well and what hasn't.
You're just over a week away from your first match against West Indies. I mean, which teams do you see as the biggest threats?
Oh, they're all good teams. I don't think there's any, sort of bad teams. And in World Cups, anybody could beat anybody in 2020, whatever. So they'll all be hard games. They'll all be big challenges. But if you want to win it, you've got to beat them all. So we'll be able to beat every team. And, hopefully they fear England as well. We've got an awesome side with some top players, match winners throughout the team. So I hope they're worrying about us, really. We've got to bring our A game, and we know every team's a good team and a tough ask. But if we're on one game, we think we can beat anybody.
And what about the preparations? You've got about a week to go. What are you doing between now and then?
So we're currently in Oman. We go to Dubai tomorrow. We've had a good build-up here while the other lads have been in the IPL, like a few days practice, scenario practices, practicing super overs, practicing single ball events. So batters needing a 6, batters needing 4, batters needing 2, batters needing 1, practice power play overs. So it's been a bit more specific, the training, rather than just nets and fielding. So it's been good. Here we're going to go to Dubai. We've got 2 practice games against India and New Zealand, and then we're into it. So the next few days will just be recover, probably in between the practice matches, get what gym and stuff done, and then get ready for the main games.
And does it make any difference at all that Eoin, your captain, is not with you, until a few days before the start of the competition? No, not one bit. I honestly feel like, when he's there, it'll be great. We've prepped well without him. He's the leader of the team. This isn't like he's just coming in for his first game. We've done plenty of series under him, plenty of matches when we've needed him and stuff. So it's not an issue for me. I'm looking forward to seeing him. Got a huge chance. I think, like I say, we've got a great team. It isn't just like when the World Cup, everybody talks about preparing for 4 years for the cycle of the next World Cup. I still feel like we're sort of in that cycle. This is that's very similar players. From the 50 over team to the 2020, whoever's come in has got up quickly, has getting the team ethos, has getting the team values, and the way the team plays positively. So I feel like we've got a good sort of time now as a one-day side to really cement something pretty special. We've got this T20 World Cup and then another one, and then another 50 overs. And I really feel like we've got a group of players who are all similar ages. We're all playing, good cricket. We're still backing it up now. So hopefully in these world competitions, we can take home another trophy, which would be, unbelievable for the country. And the 50 over competition had a brilliant effect, and we saw the videos and, how much people are loving cricket and getting involved then. So wouldn't it be great to continue that with 2020 success? Well, that was Mark Wood, and Mark is making a special podcast for us during the T20 World Cup alongside fellow fast bowler Tamal Mills. It's called Good Pace for Radio. and it will be available on BBC Sounds. And England's first match in the T20 World Cup is on the 23rd of October, India-Pakistan the day after. We have every ball of every match from Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning, Oman against Papua New Guinea. Possibly not the biggest game to start the T20 World Cup with, but big games for both those countries. It's great to see their progression into the tournament. It's possible that one of those two sides could make further progress. Right, we're about to start after the interval, and KKR, they need 193 to win. Abhishek Jujunwala is alongside me, and Nikesh Regane is going to pick up the commentary bit after a few thoughts from you, Abhishek.
Yeah, it looks like a decent total, doesn't it? 193 on a final, in an IPL final. You would fancy your chances. You would think that, yeah, you've got a better chance to win the trophy than the opposition. But again, we'll have to wait and see, because KKR has been in good form. They've chased some decent total in this competition. There will be a bit of a due factor in the second innings, but yeah, considering everything, 193 is a massive total for any team to come out there and chase in a final, especially.
And the first task goes to Venkatesh, Iyer and Shubman Gill, the two Kolkata Knight Riders openers, who are making their way out to the middle amongst the fireworks on the boundary edge there. And we've seen how destructive Venkatesh Iyer can be early on in the power play. That power play is going to be even more key than it normally is, Abhishek, because they just simply have to get off to a good start here.
Yeah, they have to, I think, but at the same time, they shouldn't go too hard from the very first delivery. They still have to give themselves a little bit of chance. It's a very good pitch to bat. We have seen that the kind of shots which has been played on this pitch from the Chennai batters, you know that it's a good pitch. If you give yourself a little bit of time, you can play those shots as well. So I don't think they should try and rush too early, too soon, because if they lose 2 or 3 wickets in the power play, Nikesh, it's game over. They have to keep the wickets in hand. They have to build a partnership so that at the later stage of the innings, the MS Dhoni, Jadeja, Rayudu, if they need to chase 10, 11 for the last 7 or 8 overs, they can do it. Foundation initially.
Yeah, I mean, the one advantage that KKR do have is they bat very deep indeed, with the likes of Shakib Al-Hassan, Sunil Narayan, Dinesh, Karthik, Eoin, Morgan, all in that lower middle order. They pretty much bat down to number 8, and even if needed, a couple of lusty blows from Lockie Ferguson at the end. He could potentially do a job at number 9 as well. They'd ideally not like it to get down to that stage. But let's see how they get on then. 193 the target. We're about to get underway. Deepak Chahar with the ball, and he just pulls up as he's about to jump and deliver the ball. Not quite ready, maybe just getting his footing wrong there. So the tension builds.
There's a lot of tension, and they need to be smart about this chase as well. They need to target their bowlers. They need to understand which bowler they can go after, which they have to be a bit cautious. So I think all these calculations needs to be done in the head of these players. Yeah, but again, looking at these two players, they have been in great touch.
Chahar this time into Gill, and it's down the leg side, wide to start with for Deepak Chahar, who's been really MS Dhoni's most reliable bowler, I suppose, in terms of seamers over the last few years. Always opens the bowling, tends to bowl the majority of his overs first up in the power play as well. Will be relied upon tonight to try and keep things tight.
Yeah, if he bowls well, MS Dhoni like him to bowl 3 overs in the first 6 overs, given the majority of the overs straight up.
Here into Gill, who's down the wicket and pulls this over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Well, that's just the start they wanted. A wide and then a lovely shot there from Shubman Gill in the power play. No fielders on the boundary on the leg side there, and just picked his spot.
That smoked, absolutely smoked it, Shubman Gill. And very, very good game awareness. He knew that he's going to try and bowl a bit shorter on that occasion, trying to bowl the fuller delivery. Previously, there was no swing at all, so he could just down the track and take him on. It worked pretty well for Shubman Gill and for KKR. Good start. 5 off the first delivery because of a wide also.
Right, Chahar into Gill again, who's down the wicket once more, this time wrapped on the pads, looking to flick it leg side. And I think Deepak Chahar, just as he looked to flick the ball to MS Dhoni, hit Shubman Gill as he was trying to get back into his crease. It was all accidental. He apologised straight away, but absolute daggers from the eyes of Shubman Gill there.
Yeah, he was not amused. He was not happy about it, Shubman Gill. And straight away you could see that if Deepak Chahar doesn't swing the ball, I think he's somebody you can really take him on. He goes for a lot of runs, he goes for plenty. So we'll have to see if he's one of the bowlers they're going to target. They're going to try and get 50, 60 of his 4 overs if they can.
Chahar past the umpire, delivers once more, this time a hint of swing outside the off stump, and defended by Gill out towards point for no run. Well, that's a much better line, and just a hint of movement there.
Yeah, very, very slight. And Shubman Gill playing it nicely to that point region. But it's such a good pitch. You see this pitch, you see the way the ball's bouncing, the way it's coming onto the bat. You know that you've got a chance here. Even when you're chasing such a mammoth total of 193, as a team who's chasing, you will feel that you're in the game. As long as you don't lose too many wickets, you can keep the wickets in hand, you will have a chance. In the last 5 overs, you can chase 70 here if you have wickets in hand.
Chahar into Gill once more, defends down into the ground, the ball rolls to Dhoni, and there is no run once more. So good comeback here by Chahar after the wide and the boundary off the first legal delivery. 2 balls remaining in this first over, KKR 5 without loss, and the one advantage CSK have got is KKR can't rely on just one boundary here and there. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking all the time.
Yeah, they need to go at 7 and 8 and over. They have to go at least 7, 8 and over from here throughout, and then hope somebody can just come in and play that innings where they get 40, 50 or 15, 20 deliveries.
Gill takes guard once more, and this time punches into the covers. Once again, no run. So Chahar doing a reliable job here at the top of the order, top of the innings rather.
Very good comeback after the first delivery, which went for a wide, and then Shubman Gill playing that lovely shot through mid-wicket for a boundary. He's bowled 4 dot balls, and a bit of pressure on Shubman Gill after those 4 dots. You just got to be a bit patient here, Shubman Gill. In T20 as a batter, the moment you play 3 or 4 dot balls, the pressure starts getting into you, especially when you're chasing 193.
Right, final ball of the over. Chahar into Gill, who drives but only as far as mid-off, does scamper through for a quick single. It was just slightly wide of mid-off, but a good finish to the over then from Deepak Chahar. 6 from it. Kolkata chasing 193 for victory to win this season's IPL. 6 without loss. Shubman Gill 5 from those first 6 deliveries.
Yes, Venkatesh Iyer will have to still wait to face a ball yet. He hasn't faced a ball yet in the first over. Shubman Gill played all 6 deliveries. KKR 6 for no loss. A decent start. First over, you don't really see many teams going hard at the bowling. They often go on the 3rd over, but when you're looking to chase 193, you've got to still try and keep that momentum and try and score 8, 9 and over in the first 6 if you can, without taking too many risks, without losing too many wickets. Probably that's exactly the game plan will be here for the KKR, because both these players are very, very crucial. They're both in very good form, and especially Venkatesh Iyer, he's really batted well in this year's competition. Over 300 runs also for him.
Pace from both ends. Josh Hazlewood to open things, and he is to Gill, who's down the track immediately and punches this to mid-on, scampers through for a quick single. It was almost cramped for room there. Shubman Gill, he was looking for a pull shot out towards deep mid-wicket. Managed to get himself up the other end though. 7 without loss, and Venkatesh Iyer will finally get his chance to take guard. Abhishek, you've opened in this competition. What's it like as an opener? You just want to face that first delivery surely and just get bat on ball, get off the mark. That will settle your nerves, especially on an occasion like this.
Yeah, I mean, as a batter, that's what you're looking for. You want to get that. You don't want to get out for a duck. So first run is very crucial. So first ball you face, you always look for that single.
Hazlewood into Iyer this time, who defends off the back foot, straight back down the pitch, no run. Bat on ball though.
And in this format, in T20, if the ball is there to be hit, you got to hit it. And if it's a half volley, you got to hit a drive. If it's short, you got to take your chances. You can't really leave a bad ball, because you don't get many in this level, in this standard of cricket. But yeah, there's always a butterfly in your tummy when you're going out there to bat, when you're facing your first delivery.
7 without loss then. Kolkata. In comes Hazlewood once more, and this time gives himself some room. MS Dhoni has dropped an absolute sitter behind the stumps. Venkatesh was looking to cut that one away, edged it through, and Dhoni about chest high. I don't think he knew whether to sort of go with his fingers pointing up or down, and just got himself in an absolute muddle there.
Yeah, absolute muddle there. MS Dhoni, you don't expect MS Dhoni to drop these catches. I think the ball just swung at the very end. That's why he didn't get it right into his gloves. He was watching it all the way into the gloves, but right at the very end the ball just swung. It seems like the ball did swing a little bit at the end.
There's a bit into Iyer again, who this time pulls away down towards deep fine leg and clears Dwayne Bravo, who was running around towards his left. So just to add insult to injury there, Josh Hazlewood should have had a wicket off the previous ball, has just been smashed for 6. 13 without loss, KKR.
Yeah, it's like there was a little bit of a cut and somebody just sprinkled a bit of salt on it on MS Dhoni. That's terrible. After you drop somebody, next ball he hits the bowler for a 6. There's nothing worse than that. As a fielder or as a wicketkeeper, when you drop a catch, he's still shaking his head, he's still thinking about it, and he knows that every run he scores here is on his account.
Right, Hazlewood, how does he respond to all that? This time on the off stump line, it's pushed by Iyer to mid-off. It's on the edge of the circle, so gets another single. 14 without loss. Well, the dropped catch, I mean, I'm not sure if there was a slight bit of swing and dip, but he was a long way from the ball. It kind of almost hit his wrist by the time it got to MS Dhoni. So even if it didn't swing like it did, I still think he wouldn't have gone into the middle of his glove, certainly. Yeah,
it didn't seem like he was comfortable. He did say that the ball just swung at the very end, and that's why he couldn't judge it properly. It gets very, very difficult at times with the wide ball, even when you're quite a bit of a distance from the bowler.
Hazlewood into Gill, wrapped on the pads, but safely away down towards deep third. Run through for a single, so maybe a bit of an inside edge onto that, given as a run. So 2 overs gone. All of a sudden the KKR 15 without loss, 9 runs from that Hazlewood over. Still behind the required run rate, but not a bad start when you consider that Venkatesh Iyer should have been a goner.
Yeah, he should have been a goner. But again, I think it's more than the drop. I think, Nitish, because Venkatesh Iyer is one of the players who's in form. Not many batters for KKR are in great form. If you talk about Eoin, Morgan, Dinesh, Karthik, they're all struggling a little bit. Yes, Sunil Narayan has scored a few runs in a couple of games earlier, but still, he's not somebody who you can rely on when it comes to chasing 193. So you're heavily dependent on somebody like Venkatesh Iyer, Gill, Nitish, Rana and Rahul Tripathi. These 4 will have to score the majority of the runs, and when you drop somebody who's in form or not, the pressure definitely builds up.
Right, Gill back on strike. Deepak Chahar to continue. He comes in. It's on an off stump line, but flicked away down towards deep backward square leg for another single. Slightly slower delivery there from Chahar. MS Dhoni's expression not changed really. Doesn't change much throughout the course of an innings. Doesn't matter what position his side's in. He's just dropped a catch. He won't be too down about that. He's been there. He's seen it all. This is his 300th match as a T20 captain. That's nearly 100 more than the next most in the history of the game. That's Darren Sammy with 208.
Yeah, that's a lot of matches he's led. He's captained. But again, going back to the catch, Venkatesh Iyer, he's got 50 as well in the last match.
Chahar into Iyer, who flicks but only as far as mid-wicket, who slightly fumbles it inside the ring, manages to prevent the single. You can already see the towels are out, the ball is being dried constantly, and there is a fair bit of dew out there that may just play into KKR's hands a little bit.
Yeah, it could, yes. Obviously the dew factor will play an important role when the spinners come on to bowl, and that's why they needed to break this left hand right hand combination as well. Always as a bowler you find it more difficult when you had to bowl to different batters, especially the left hand right hand combination, because you've got it's not just about length, you got to change your line as well.
Iyer moving around in his crease, but drives beautifully past a diving backward point fielder there off the back foot. It was a lovely shot there, brilliant timing from Venkatesh Iyer. That's what he's been so good at this season in the IPL, and KKR 20 without loss now.
He reminds me a lot of Stretch Karthik, the way he plays those shots on the rise, and he's got a tall, he's very, very tall as well, same like Stretch Karthik. He's got a very, very similar way of batting. He doesn't really bend his front knee very much. He stays tall and plays those shots on the rise. Again, wonderful shot. That ball was nowhere close to being a half volley. He just played it on the rise. It's a lovely pitch as well. Great hand-eye coordination here for Iyer.
Chahar in once more. It's very full and it beats Iyer, looking to dab down on that one. Good Yorker just wide of the off stump. Good comeback from Deepak Chahar. 2 balls remaining in his second over. He's been hit for a boundary in both of his overs so far. Came back well in the first. Can he finish this one off well?
There's been a boundary in every over, but still they've not managed to just fly away with it, because there have been quite a lot of dot balls as well along with the boundaries, and that's the reason they're still on 20 after 2.4. They would need a few more boundaries in the power play. They need to get over 50, close to 60 if they can in the first 6 to put the pressure back on CSK without losing too many wickets either.
They're in once more, and this is driven through the covers into the gap. That is beautiful timing from Venkatesh Iyer once more. Limited footwork, but great hand-eye coordination. He moves on to 15 from 8. KKR 24 without loss.
Yeah, he's got a long levers as well. He can reach the ball because of his long handle, the way he uses long arms. He can just stretch them out. And at the end, just opening the face as well along with that. Just finding the gap to perfection there, Venkatesh Iyer. And every run he scores, Mahendra Singh Dhoni comes on the screen as well. The camera focuses on Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Because of him, he's still out there. He could be well back in the hut for a knot. But right now, Venkatesh Iyer is on 19.
He is, and there's 1 ball remaining in the third over of this innings. Kolkata needing another 169 runs for victory from 103 balls. Still an extremely difficult task, especially on the big stage in a final. But they're off to a decent start here, thanks to Venkatesh Iyer and Shubman Gill. Round the wicket comes Chahar, and it's down the leg side. Did he get a flick of the pad on that on the way through? He did. So it's signalled as a dot ball. 3 overs gone. Kolkata 24 without loss. And you said he reminded you of Trescothic. I think that's a really good comparison, just that tall stature in the crease.
Yeah.
I would say maybe a cross between Trescothic and Sadagopan Ramesh, the ex-India opener who played Test cricket as well. And on his day when he was flowing, he could play shots like this as well.
Oh, he was lovely to watch. He was an absolute treat to watch, Ramesh. Lovely guy as well. Not many people remember him, but he was such a good opener. Whenever he got an opportunity, he did well for India. But yeah, that's you bought the right combination when it comes to Venkatesh Iyer. It's a lovely combination of Stretch Karthik and Sadagopal Ramesh. Both loved to hit the ball on the rise. Both didn't really bend their front knee very much, and very, very tall figure as well.
It looks like lazy elegance, but it's certainly more than that. As Hazlewood continues into Gill, this one is down the leg side and will be called wide by umpire Illingworth. Good diving stop there from Dhoni towards his left. He won't be too pleased with Hazlewood making him jump around at his age. 25 without loss now.
He's finding it a bit difficult behind the stumps today, MS Dhoni, for some reason. Maybe that the ball is swinging after it crossing the batsman and is dipping as well, and that's why he's finding it a bit more difficult than he usually. He's just brilliant. He's one of the best. He's got his own way of keeping as well, MS Dhoni.
This time Gill gives himself some room and hits it almost into the hands of a diving mid-off fielder, but it's through the hands and it trickles away towards the boundary. It was Shardul Thakur there with the dive. It was a really good effort. The ball not quite carrying, low down to his left. A good effort there from the India all-rounder. Yeah, but at the end of it, 4 runs.
Yeah, terrific effort, but what he should have done, even if he didn't catch it, he should have at least stopped the runs, but he missed I wouldn't call it a catch, there was a half chance, but then he let the ball go for a boundary as well, so it's bonus for KKR at the moment.
Not quite getting his body behind that one, Shardul Thakur, as Hazlewood is in once more. It's very full and it's dug out towards mid-on. Really good running. Quick single to Robin Uthappa, the 35-year-old there, just picking his man, Shubman Gill. 30 without loss now, KKR in the 4th over. That target 193.
Yeah, both these players run so well between the wicket. They've got great understanding. They're both very young, they're agile, they're very, very quick as well between the wicket. And that's what you need in T20. That makes such a massive difference, because every time they play a shot, even if it's going straight to the fielder, they manage to get a single. And as long as you can rotate those strike, you're not playing too many dot balls in a T20 game, your chances of winning goes higher.
Hazlewood again past the umpire, delivers to Iyer, who hits this in the air but into the gap through the covers for 4 more runs. That was forced a little bit more, not quite off the middle of the bat, but when you find the gaps in the power play, more than likely you're going to get a boundary. Iyer on to 19 from just 10 deliveries. KKR 34 without loss.
Yeah, they're off to a flyer here. Perfect start for KKR. They couldn't have asked for anything better here. Both these players looking in good touch, especially Venkatesh Iyer after getting that lifeline from Mahendra Singh Dhoni. But again, his intent has been brilliant. He's going after the ball pretty much every delivery and putting the pressure right back on CSK and the bowlers. At the moment, KKR 34 after 3.3 overs, right on the track.
Hazlewood in again, and this is playing a miss from Iyer, who's moving away towards the leg side. The ball went inside, past the inside edge of the bat and through to Dhoni. So rare playing a miss there from Iyer. It's been obvious he's been looking to move around in his crease, even when he hasn't been moving after the ball's been delivered. He's been trying to put the bowler off, moving his back leg out, in, out, doing the hokey cokey, shaking it all about. But he's trying different things, isn't he?
He is, and it's been productive as well so far.
Hazlewood in once more. This is cut away, but only as far as backward point. Moeen Ali with the stop there. Another dot ball.
Yeah, they've got a 4-man ring on the offside now. It'll be very, very difficult for Iyer to still find a gap. I'm sure he would if the ball is there, but there is a 4-man ring which has been created by MS Dhoni. There is a point, there is a gully, sort of a gully, backward point, there's an extra cover, there's a cover, and there is a mid-off. So 5 men inside the 30-yard circle, and there is a 3rd man. So he's bowling with a 6-3 field at the moment here, Hazlewood. 3 men on the onside, there's a deep fine leg.
Final ball of the 4th over. He's down the wicket, is Iyer this time, and flicks it out towards deep mid-wicket. It's into the gap. Should get back through for an easy 2 runs as Shardul Thakur runs around to clean that one up. So 4 overs gone. Kolkata in their pursuit of 193 are 36 without loss. 12 runs off that Hazlewood over. Venkatesh Iyer 21 from 13. Shubman Gill 13 from 11. And we talk often about the sort of link, don't we, between Bollywood and the IPL. Well, the link doesn't get any bigger than the Kolkata Knight Riders with their majority owner Shah Rukh Khan, the king of Bollywood. We haven't seen much of him over the last couple of years at matches, just simply because of the pandemic and the fact that a lot of matches have been held over in the UAE, and even when it was in India, it probably wasn't safe for people to be in grounds and things like that. But
and also,
he will be loving this at the moment.
He would be absolutely loving it at the moment, the way the KKR are cruising. They're going really, really well. And also I think the bio bubble made it very difficult for the owners to be there, because you had to be in the biosecure bubble. You couldn't just come in and watch a game and leave, because you had to do that. You had to always be in that bubble, and if you wanted to just come in as a spectator on the ground, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense, because then he wouldn't be sitting with the family, he wouldn't be sitting with his own people. So I think that has made life a bit difficult for all the owners as well, and that's why we haven't even seen the Mumbai Indian owners at all this year.
Well, they're almost like in the dugout every game, aren't they? Right, Shardul Thakur to replace Deepak Chahar. In he is to Gill, and it's a good Yorker to start with, as Gill was looking to shimmy down the wicket there. Dot ball. And I always feel that Shardul Thakur, as unassuming as he may be, especially if the ball's not swinging, as it hasn't done this evening, he always makes things happen. Something happens. He's either going to get smashed or he's going to take a couple of wickets and turn the game.
I think even if he gets smashed, he does get wickets. That's the thing. He's got that golden arm. So whenever he's brought into the attack, something will happen eventually.
Thakur into Gill again. This is short, and it's a short arm jab, but only as far as the sweeper on the leg side boundary. Dwayne Bravo down there at deep mid wicket. A couple of more runs to Shubman Gill, 38 without loss, the Kolkata Knight Riders.
Yeah, he's going to be a very, very crucial member today. Dwayne Bravo. His 4 overs, if he gets to bowl 4 overs, because he's somebody with a lot of variety. He bowls all sort of slower deliveries, and on a pitch like this you need a lot of different deliveries as a bowler. You need all the variety you could get. The slow ball bouncers, the Yorkers, the back of the hand slow delivery.
Thakur in again, it's short and wide outside the off stump, and it's a big play and a miss by Gill. No footwork, just reaching for that one. Another dot ball.
Yeah, this is not the match where I feel Shubman Gill can afford to get a 50 or 45 deliveries. He'll need to get it a bit quicker. He need to go at around 130, 140 strike rate. Tonight is not the night where he could get away with scoring at 110, 115 strike rate. So he needs a few boundaries for him to get that pressure off his back. At the moment, Shardul Thakur is winning this battle.
Thakur delivers again. It's full. It's whipped away only as far as mid-on. Through for a single, but this has been a really good start from Shardul Thakur so far. Just 3 runs from his first 4 deliveries. We always talk about the finish to the over, don't we? The last 1 or 2 balls, yeah. Can they finish off the over? Well, it's going to be Venkatesh Iyer on strike now, so different proposition for Shardul Thakur.
He's got to be smart against Venkatesh Iyer. What length he bowls, he knows that if he bowls on the good length, he loves to just plant his foot on the front foot and go through the line. It's a lovely pitch, so you can hit the ball through the line on the rise. So he's got to be very smart what length he bowls, what variations he bowls to Venkatesh Iyer. I haven't seen anybody bowl a short ball yet. With short ball I mean somebody bowling a bouncer, try and bowl a bouncer, get the ball up to his shoulder height and see what he does if he miscues one. There is a deep fine leg fielder.
There's 4 men inside the ring on the offside. This is down the leg side almost, but he gets a top edge or maybe a glove onto that, and it goes over the top of a diving MS Dhoni and down to the boundary for 4 runs. Well, again, it wasn't really a catching opportunity, but he wasn't in full control of that Venkatesh Iyer. Everything he touches turns to gold. He's off to a flyer.
He did listen to me though, Shardul Thakur. I would say there was a chance. Mahendra Singh Dhoni did manage to get a glove to it, but it was a very, very difficult chance. Not an easy chance. If he'd have caught it, he would be very, very happy. But that's what I'm talking. Lovely delivery again, surprising him with a quick bouncer and Venkatesh Iyer at the moment, he's having the luck of his life and form of his life as well. There has to be a combination of both if it needs to work for you in cricket.
Final ball of the over then. Thakur is down the leg side and it's just helped on its way down towards the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So horrible end to the over there for Shardul Thakur. We called it, didn't we, a couple of balls ago. Can he finish off the over? Well, these are going to be the 2 crucial balls. Well, the second last ball wasn't too bad. He got a glove on that and just over the head of MS Dhoni. This one was a horrible delivery and just given the treatment really. Venkatesh Iyer 29 from 15 then. Shubman Gill 16 from 15. 5 overs gone in this Kolkata Knight Riders chase of 193 to win the IPL. They need another 146 from 90 balls. A few more thoughts from you, Abhishek, and then Simon Mann will take over.
Yeah, often we talk about the last 2 deliveries or the last deliveries. Doesn't matter how well you have bowled in the first 4 balls, you've got to finish well, and that's what. And again, this is a crucial over. Shubman Gill is doing his job. I think there's definitely a game plan here that as long as Venkatesh Iyer is going hard within the first 6 overs, Shubman Gill is very happy just to give him a single and get off strike and bring him on strike to play those big shots, and he has done brilliantly so far, Venkatesh Iyer.
Here's Chahar, goes into bowl to Iyer round the wicket and he hits that firmly back, stops it with his boot. Good stop from Chahar and his follow through, left boot down. A bit of a leading edge back from Iyer. Anyway, the upshot was no run. Iyer stays on 29. It's 48 for no wicket. The crowd has quieted down a bit noticeably with KKR making good progress. A lot of, I say home support, a lot of CSK support in tonight. Lots of yellow jerseys around the stadium, and that it looks like the biggest crowd we've had. Well, you expect that for the final, but of course, you know, there have been sort of limits on crowds in the stadiums in the UAE. Chahar bowls a full toss, which Iyer drives into the offside, doesn't time it at all, gets it quite high up on the bat, goes out towards wide mid off, but they do go through for a single. 49 for no wickets. Game building up. Are we in for our 4th tight finish of the week? We've had 3 that have gone to the the last over already. The 3. Past the league stage. I don't want to call Sunday's game a knockout game. It wasn't, because you get another chance. CSK winning that game against Delhi Capitals to go through to the final. Dhoni winning it in the last over. He's already dropped Iyer on 0. And inevitably people will be thinking, how costly is that going to be?
We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yep.
And again, as you mentioned, the stadium looks completely yellow, but also it's such a bright colour that if you have 5 yellows and 20 KKR fans...
That's true, actually. Chahar goes wide of the crease, bowls to Gill, who drives him magnificently through the offside for 4, through extra cover, giving himself some room. Chahar going wide on the crease, and Gill dispatched that magnificently. 53 for no wicket, and we're in the 6th over, and that was a beautiful shot from Gill. Takes him to 21, coming down the pitch, giving himself some room and planting that through the offside.
And as the big screen says, the Gill skill, he does have a lot of skill. Shubman Gill is such an elegant player to watch, and again, very, very good. It's a very good option, I would say. Very smart cricket. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He opened the offside nicely by giving himself a bit of room outside the leg stump and just placing the ball perfectly between that extra cover and the mid-off fielder. Pressure back on the bowler Chahar, who's bowling his 3rd over. He often does. And Mahendra Singh Dhoni often bowls him 3 overs within the power play, because he's not the most effective at the back end of the innings. If the ball doesn't swing, he's very, very good pace to hit.
Dhoni's come up to the stumps now. Chahar bowls, and Gill takes the ball from outside the off stump into the onside along the ground up towards long on off the back foot, so manoeuvring the ball. He's on to 22, 54 for no wicket. 1 ball left in the power play, and the Chennai power play was 50 for no wicket after those 6 overs. So the game is neck and neck at the moment, but it just shows you KKR have had a good enough start to win this game from here. They're perfectly capable of getting up to 193 to win.
Yeah, I think with all 10 wickets in hand, I think they've done a wonderful job here. They both batted very sensibly, not taking too many risks. It's just been some very good cricketing shots. They haven't really gone across the line or tried to slog anything out of the park. They've just waited for the ball, and it's a good enough pitch that you can hit the ball through the line.
Last ball of the power play. Chahar ran the wicket, bowls the left-handed Iyer, low full toss, driven into the offside, very well stopped in the covers. They run through. Well, they don't, they go back and then they run through for the overthrow. Well, that was, I think, Uthappa, wasn't it, in the covers, who dived away to his right-hand side and stopped that. I think it was. There was an initial, they were going to run through, and then there was hesitation, and then Gill had to run back in the throw to the non-striker's end.
Ruturaj, Gaikwad.
So it was Gaikwad. I didn't think it looked like an Uthappa piece of fielding, actually. It looked like a younger man's piece of fielding, but I thought I caught a 7 on the back of his shirt, but it was a 1 that was a bit creased. Anyway, they got a single, and the power play has come to an end. It's 55 for no wicket after the KKR power play. A high-scoring game. I think the thing is, we haven't been used to these sort of games, have we? It's a different experience for us, having watched.
We prefer watching 130 play 132.
Well, you might,
because then it still goes to the last over, last ball.
We probably prefer the end of those games.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, they're quite hard work as they happen. Generally T20's played a bit more like this, isn't it?
Especially the final.
Yeah, this is the sort of game we've become used to, I think, more, but it hasn't been like that in the UAE. Those who follow the tournament since the restart and be with us on 5 Live Sports Extra, you'll know that it has been hard work for the batters, but this is a bit different. It's been a high-scoring game. It's the 3 wickets that have gone down so far. And would you say KKR favourites at the moment, or is it a bit too early to say?
I think it's a bit too early to call them favourites, but I would say they are in a very, very strong position position here with 10 wickets in hand, 55 after the first 6. I think this has been a perfect start. KKR couldn't have asked for anything more. I mean, yes, they would have taken 80, but in terms of starts, I think they would be quite content and happy enough with the 55 for no loss after 6. They're in a great position, great platform for them to build.
Bravo's bowling the 7th over. He's been held back for the later overs in recently. Ball is straight, clipped away by Iyer towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Of course, we're outside the power play now, so the fielding restrictions are off. You can put men back outside the spot. You could put 2 men back outside the circle before, but now you can push more outside the circle.
And you can see why he's been brought back into the 7th over, because this pitch is obviously a very, very good pitch to bat on. And Bravo, with all his skills, with the slow balls and the sort of deliveries he can bowl a very good Yorker, I think. And also with his experience, he's somebody, Dhoni, and still be in the side after 9 years. It's a great achievement to both of them.
But the man of the match was Manvinder Bisla, who we mentioned earlier. Bravo bowls a Yorker, dug out, back down the pitch, and there's no run. I mean, there are lots of excellent players playing in that match. Ravichandran Ashwin was playing, Albie Morkel, then Hilfenau. So we're rolling back the years now. Jack Callis was playing in the game, but Manvinder won it with his 89 with 48 balls, and Callis made 69 as well. That helped a bit. 7 fours and 6 in that innings. Right, 59 for no wicket, coming to the end of the 7th over. 134 more needed by KKR of 79 balls. Iyer on strike, drives into the offside, goes to Moeen Ali, who's just inside the circle, and they cannot get a single there. It is the end of the over. Menon holds his watch up, or his wrist up with his watch on it, to signal the strategic timeout. 2.5 minutes. Both coaches get out there and impart a bit of wisdom. There's Brendan McCullum just strolling out as normal. He might get to the middle in time for the timeout.
He's very relaxed, isn't he? Every time you see him, he's very, very relaxed. He doesn't even show any emotions whenever he's sitting out in the dugout as well. And in comes Fleming as well. We'll have a little chat with Mahendra Singh Dhoni. And there's a lot to discuss from both sides, really. From KKR's point of view, they need to keep the momentum. They can't really afford to play these middle overs out. They can't afford to just get 6-7. They have to hit boundaries. They have to try and get as many runs as possible in the next 6-7 overs to make things easy in the last 4 or 5. So from both teams' point of view, there's a lot to chat about.
A bit more purposeful, Stephen Fleming. We saw him earlier. He was really laying down the law to the batters. I'm not saying he was having a go at them. He was just saying, this is what I looked at body language. This is what I demand. This is what we need to do. He was very animated out there during one of the timeouts earlier when Gaikwad and Plessis were going well, and the Gaikwad was out straight away afterwards, isn't he, playing a big shot out towards long off.
Yeah, he tried to go for the big shot straight away, but then they carry on going. Fab du Plessis batted brilliantly, and then Robin Uthappa came in and straight away shows his intent. He got 31 or 15 deliveries, so they kept going, and probably that's the reason they managed to get to that 192 mark, which is a very, very healthy total. But at the moment, the way KKR are going, they're giving themselves a chance, a real chance to go out there and chase that total down.
Yeah. 59 for no wicket after 7, 193 to win. And just on the leading run scorer, Ruturaj Gaikwad finished 2 runs ahead of du Plessis. Du Plessis had the chance to become the leading run scorer from the final ball of the innings, but he was caught on the long on boundary. And Ruturaj Gaikwad, in his interview between innings, said, I know, I wanted him to hit it for 6 on that last ball. I'm a good team man, which of course is what you've got to say. I wonder whether deep down you're thinking, well, I don't mind being the leading run scorer.
I mean, when you're playing in the final and the last ball, I don't think you're thinking that way, that I want to be the leading scorer. You've got to think about the team, and you've got to think about as many runs as you can get.
But you don't mind taking the leading run scorer at the end. Yeah.
Absolutely. You don't mind the orange cap at the end. But at that point in time, I'm sure he was thinking, if we can get a 6, we should get a 6. But yeah, it's a nice thing to have at the end of the tournament. It's always a great feeling.
Yeah, not every batter who's played the game would have been thinking that mind. I can think of 1 or 2 who'd be thinking, oh, he's been caught on long on, that's fine, I'm the leading run scorer, thanks very much indeed.
I'm sure there's always somebody like that who plays the game differently. But I mean, the way he plays his cricket, the way he has played this tournament, I think he's got the right attitude, he's got the right everything right about his cricket at the moment, Ruturaj Gaikwad. And that lovely trophy we are seeing in front of us right now. It all depends. We'll know in the next 13 overs how it pans out.
So. Right, thanks very much, Abhishek, for now. Ravindra Jadeja is going to bowl his first intervention really in this final. He did not bat earlier. We only saw 4 batters for CSK. Gaikwad made 32, du Plessis 86, Moeen 37 not out. Jadeja's first ball is driven back and he stops it away to his left-hand side, gets to his feet, hurls the ball towards Dhoni, and Gill has to get back, and Uthappa 31. So all the batters had a reasonable night out. Quite happy with their work. Jadeja bowls, Gill drives up towards long off, and they're through for a single. 60 for no wicket, 7.2 overs bowled. It's 133 to win off 76 balls, which feels like a steep task, but they've got 10 wickets left. There's the dew factor. It's a decent enough pitch. They've got 2 players going well, but that can change very quickly. And the other issue, if you haven't been with us, is that Rahul Tripathi went off injured when he was fielding, and it looked like quite a bad leg injury, like a hamstring or a calf pull, something like that. So you wonder whether he's going to be able to get out there and bat. Iyer on strike. Jadeja round the wicket, tucks him up, clips it back. Jadeja bends down to pick up, and there's no run. Immediately gets the cloth out from his trousers to dry the ball. Not that it would have got particularly wet in that sequence. Jadeja bowls, and Iyer comes to meet him. It's fired into the pitch, flat from Jadeja. Iyer clips it up towards long on and walks down to the non-striker's end. He's not wearing a cap or a helmet. Venkatesh Iyer on this warm evening in Dubai. 35 to Iyer, 24 to Gill. KKR 61 for no wicket in the 8th over. Jadeja waits and then walks in and bowls to Gill. Gill threads this into the offside. They're off for 1. They're looking for 2 here, but 2 out towards deepish extra cover. Gaikwad is there. He's quick, he's keen, he's young. He's onto it. Just a single. 62 for no wicket. Coming to the end of the 8th over. 193 to win for Kolkata Knight Riders. Just slowing down a fraction of late, but there's a chance to catch up if they can. Here is, and there we go. Venkatesh Iyer. Slog sweep for 6. Perhaps that does him a disservice saying that. It was a really bold shot into the onside, lifting it away out towards the wide long on deep mid-wicket area. Sort of beast of a drive really, with that free swing of the bat from Venkatesh Iyer. Bend of the back knee and away for 6. That went sailing into the crowd, and that's a good positive statement right at the end of the over. And I think that is our biggest 6 of the evening. That went for 92 metres, and it's 68 for no wicket after 8 overs. And this is Ravi Bopara.
Yeah, it's a very, very good end to what was looking like a very good over for CSK, but finishing there off with a massive 6, and just keeps that scoring rate just within reach for KKR. It's a really, really important part period of the game, where the middle overs will be bowled. You've got to try finding boundaries with men out, 5 men out, protecting that boundary. They almost need an Uthappa type of innings, somebody to come along and get you 30 or 15 deliveries to really, really put pressure on CSK.
The canny Bravo goes into bowl to Gill. Gill comes forward, drives. It's a long off. It will only be a single. Throw comes in from the long off region pretty quickly. Fielder then, that's Chahar, I think, getting rid of it quickly. 69 for no wicket. Start of the 9th over. It's 10 and over. I'm just trying to do the maths. Yeah, it is 10 and over from here for KKR,
which is very achievable. I mean, the way Gill has set up this innings so far, he's almost a man who has to bat through now. He's just above 100 strike rate, but he's got to be the guy that marshals all the way through to the end, bats up until the 18th, 19th over, and puts KKR in a good position.
Bravo was a low full toss, clipped away by Iyer, not really timed. They have lots of cover there out towards long on deep mid wicket CSK, so it's only a single. Chahar comes in to pick up again. 70 for no wicket, 123 to win, 70 balls remaining. Gill on 26. Iyer's been far more productive so far. He's into the 40s, 42 to him. It's still roughly the same number of balls. Gill waits. Bravo goes in with Dhoni standing up outside the off stump, driven by Gill. Moeen comes round from extra cover. had a bit of ground to make to his right hand side, so Gill is able to go through for a single. 27 from 25 balls from Shubman Gill, 71 for no wicket. I wonder whether, well, they've got Rana to come, Tripathi we're not sure about. I wonder whether we might see the early introduction of Narayan if they lost a wicket. I don't know. He did change that game the other day.
Yeah, well, this is
watch Bravo to go into bowl to Iyer, comes down the pitch and hits it on the full, but straight to Moeen Ali's on the edge of the circle, and there's no run. He hit it firmly, but he picked out the man. 71 for no wicket.
I think Bravo is obviously going to be the toughest bowler to get away because he's got the keeper up and he's taking pace off the ball. It means that they've got to find boundaries somewhere. It's really difficult when the seamer's taking pace off the ball and the keeper's up. There's not many places you can go unless you use your power to get him over the boundary.
Bravo to Iyer, full outside the off stump, guided away with open face, but straight to backward point. Again, he picks out the man. And again, there is no run. He's such a canny operator, Bravo. He hasn't always bowled his 4 overs of late. We've used him right at the end of the innings, the death overs. It's working for him at the moment.
Sometimes those ones that you squirt away to backward point and short fine, you need them to get past so you can get your boundaries. Otherwise, then you do need to play big shots. It's not easy to play big shots against seamers with the keeper up and they're taking the pace off the ball.
Bravo's got for 7 so far. This is the last ball of his second over. Bowls to Iyer, slower delivery. Iyer waits for it, then drives up towards long off. It's only a single, so this is excellent from Bravo. You just wonder whether it's tipping the game towards CSK. 2 overs for 8, 72 for no wicket after 9 overs. It's worth having a look at the comparison just to see what is possible. Well, CSK was 65 for 1 after 9 overs, so clearly it is possible to get these runs from here, but just a bit of a squeeze on at the moment.
But this
from
is
CSK.
This is the point where Uthappa really started going. He hit a couple of sixes around this time and really pushed up that rate, so they need it now. You can almost sense that this is an over that they're going to come after. Gill's got to get going as well. Ones is not going to be enough unless he bats all the way through and gets an 80-90 and everybody around him plays big shots and scores that sort of around that 180, 190 strike rate.
Yeah, CSK scored 15 off the 10th over and 17 off the 11th over. Just underlines Ravi's point. Here's Ravi Jadeja bowling to Iyer, who swings him away into the leg side and over the deep backward square leg boundary. Josh Hazlewood there on the rope could only just turn and look and stretch his neck and see the ball sailing over him. So that's a great start to the over for Iyer. It felt as though it needed to happen. And he planted him over deep backward square leg. Excellent start to the over. 78 for no wicket. It's not a huge boundary out there. It's big enough. It's not vast. That was 73 metres and it went a few metres over the boundary as well.
Yeah, and you could see what Jadeja was trying to do there to the left-hander. He was trying to bowl it round the back of him, so he doesn't have the leverage to swing the ball away. But Iyer in this form was quickly onto it, created enough time and space for him to get his arms through the ball.
Iyer's one away from a half century. Jadeja goes in and bowls to him. It's wide of off stump, cut away. It's one of those that Ravi was talking about. Sometimes just goes past the fielder, but it goes to Thakur's left and picks it up. It was sort of out there almost for a sort of streaky, scything cut shot to the third boundary for 4. Anyway, he gets a single. He's 50 not out from 31 balls. He was dropped on 0 by Dhoni. KKR 79 for no wicket. Start of the 10th over. 2 balls into the 10th over. And Jadeja there was about to go in and Gill pulled away. He wasn't quite ready, perhaps still looking down at the ground, tapping his bat. Gill, what can he come up with here? Jadeja goes into bowl to him and he goes for the big shot into the leg side. It's high into the night sky. Has he got enough on it? I don't think he has. He's caught out at deep mid-wicket. He got right underneath that. Jadeja looks cool as you like. He doesn't really celebrate. Shubman Gill's on his way for 27 from 26 balls. And KKR are 79 for 1. midway through the 10th over. Well, he decided it. Jadeja had to go as well. He toe-ended it high in the air, away on the leg side. And it wasn't the most straightforward of catches coming out of the night sky, the lights, the ring of fire at Dubai. Riley can tell us how difficult it is to catch on this ground.
Well, I can say that.
Is there going to be is there no ball? Is there a possibility of a no ball? Well, they're having a look.
No, this is the last thing CSK need.
They're just checking the no ball, I think, because he was about to walk off. We saw this the other evening. Actually, Hetmar was actually off the field the other night when he was called back. It must be a tight one because it's. Or is it the spider cam? It might be the spider cam that's causing the problem.
It's dead ball, isn't it?
I think that's right, yeah. So it might have hit the spider cam. So the umpires are just going to check this, and the game's come to a halt.
I mean, initially when he swung at that, you thought that was going a bit further.
Yeah. So
I was surprised it was caught at the edge of the circle, 30-yard circle.
Talk about the modern game. I mean, this is one of the aspects of it. We're just following the.
Oh, he has. You can see the ball change direction.
So the umpire's got a decision to make here. They're all on their walkie-talkies. What do we do here? I mean, it's not something that happens.
That is unbelievable luck.
So what is the decision going to be? Yeah, he's been recalled and gone back a ball.
Have you ever seen that?
No, I don't think I have. I know it's happened, but I don't think not in a game in which I've been commentating. Right, so Jadeja's going to bowl this ball again.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah. So Gill is still there on 27. It's 79 for no wicket after 9.2. Jadeja bowls. It's driven by Gill into the offside. Slicing drive goes straight to backward point, and there is no run. Well, it's just
modern technology is great, but then that happens.
It's part of the modern game, I suppose, and it does produce brilliant TV pictures. Jadeja bowls reverse, sweep from Gill, and he's really connected well with that. It's gone away for 4. Well, that's just going to rub it in. But again, you make the point. Where was that initial shot from Gill going? It did hit the spider cam, or the wires of the spider cam. Anyway, nailed that reverse sweep.
Yep, and he's needed a boundary. There's been some pressure on him, and you could tell with the shot he played to the one he got out to, or he didn't get out to. It was a pressure shot, but he's got a boundary away. It's already 11 off this over, so it's a good productive over for KKR.
83 for no wicket. 2 balls left in the 10th over. Jadeja bowls, where he hurls that into the pitch. It's short. It's pulled away for 4 by Gill, slapping it well in front of square on the leg side. And Jadeja's over. Well, ultimately here, he thought he had his man. Just trying to work out, it's 9, so it's 15 off the over with 1 ball left. He really did hurl that into the surface, but in the end it was all a bit of a drag down long hop, and Gill was equal to it. He played that really skillfully. Jadeja goes in to complete the over. Another short ball outside the off stump, chopped away towards deep cover, and they get a single, and that was just the over KKR needed. 88 for no wicket after 10 overs. They're 8 ahead at the same stage, comparing with CSK's run rate. And Gill, I mean, is it a reprieve? We don't quite know what would have happened to the ball if it hadn't hit the spider cam. It probably would have been caught. We just don't know, do we really? Anyway, it's one of those things. More for you, Ravi, and then it will be Nikesh Ragani.
Well, it's certainly game on here in the final. 88 for none of 10 overs, chasing down 193. This is a fantastic start. They couldn't have asked for anything better. With so many batters still to come in, it's certainly game on here.
Yeah, and Venkatesh Iyer, of course, 50 from 31. How costly is that drop from MS Dhoni going to be? Well, it's already cost them 50 runs, but in the context of the game, could that be enough to set up KKR here for what would be a famous victory in this final? Shardul Thakur replacing Dwayne Bravo here. KKR 88 without loss then. Gill on strike. In comes Thakur, and Gill just comes down the wicket and flicks him out towards wide long on. Doesn't get great contact, which allows him through for 2 more runs.
Yeah, and the way things are going at the moment, with Jadeja's 2 overs proving expensive, they've got to turn to Moeen Ali at some stage. And, you know, Gill against an off-spinner, he'll fancy the off-spinner, so if he does survive this over, it'll be interesting to see if Moeen Ali bowls the next one.
90 without loss then. This is Shardul Thakur's second over, 13 runs conceded so far, 1 ball into it. And he comes again, and this time Gill drives, but only as far as Moeen on the edge of the circle there in the covers. So dot ball. Yeah, Moeen Ali, economy rate just 6.4 this season. Often underused though with the ball, you feel?
Yeah, but I think the big thing is matchups as well. You got to always be a little bit careful bowling certain bowlers to batters. When right-handers are in and you're playing on a small ground, you don't really want to be bowling the off-spinner unless he's very, very, very skillful. Like you have your Ashwins and guys who've got the ability to turn it the other way. So it's always dangerous. There's situations for certain spinners to bowl in. That's probably why you don't see him bowl as many overs as he normally would.
Is in once more to Gill, who this time drags it leg side, times it well, but only as far as deep mid-wicket for another single. Yeah, even with Ashwin, actually, he often gets underused when there aren't too many left-handers in the opposing line, even a bowler as skillful as him. So I suppose if it can happen to him, then it's no surprise it can happen to the likes of Moeen.
Just looking at the replay of the ball that hit the spider cam wire, the fielder was actually running in for the catch to start with, so he had obviously judged that the catch was on, and then it hit the rope, and then he almost sprinted in a little bit more. So I mean, it would have been a catch anyway, or a chance of a catch.
Yeah, but when your luck's not in, it's not in, and MS Dhoni obviously couldn't argue with that. Has to be called a dead ball, but you could tell he wasn't impressed. Nothing going for his side at the moment in this second innings of the final. 102 to win then from 57 balls. Thakur into Iyer, who hits this one high into the air. Has this got the legs? No, it's been taken. It's Ravi Jadeja, I think, there with a really good catch. The ball was swirling around in the air, and if there's one man you want under that in this kind of situation, it's Ravindra Jadeja, the best fielder in the world. Finally, Chennai Super Kings get their man. Venkatesh Iyer gone for a really well played 50 from 32. That man Shardul Thakur with the golden arm getting the breakthrough. They are 91 for 1.
Yeah, Shardul Thakur again in with the wickets, and yep, that's the man you want underneath it. It's Jadeja. Oh, just holding on to it. It's always tough just catching that night sky, especially in Dubai where the ball is spinning in the sky. It comes down, sometimes it comes at an angle, so it's always difficult to catch. But that's a fantastic catch, and we'll yet to see how precious that catch will be in the next 10 overs.
Indeed, and no great celebrations there from Chennai Super Kings. They know that they need a couple of more wickets ideally, as Nitish Rana strides to the crease. And this is where things get a little bit interesting, because Nitish Rana, we all know about his capability and had a fabulous year the year before last. Rahul Tripathi not in great form. Rana hasn't been quite hitting it as well as he has in previous seasons as well. Then you've got Morgan woefully out of form, Karthik as well. So there is an opportunity here for Chennai. If they can just remove Gill, they may just fancy this.
Yeah, especially if they remove Gill. They have to remove Gill, I think, because he's now just found his flow a little bit. He's hit a couple of boundaries, so he's looking good right now.
It's Gill on strike, and Thakur is down the leg side. That is not the follow-up you want after taking a wicket. Extra run added onto the total, 92 for 1 in the 11th over. Gill 39 from 32. I suppose the one criticism of Shubman Gill is that even when he has looked good, he sometimes eats up a few too many dot balls. And again, we're seeing his strike rate of 127. It's fine when you've got somebody going at the other end like Venkatesh Iyer, but when you have to be the aggressor, when you're the senior man at the crease, the set batter, you've got to start going at a little bit more of a lick than that, especially when you're chasing 193. Thakur in once again to Gill, who drives, but only as far as mid-off, so just another single.
Yeah, and
40.
I agree. I mean, Gill doesn't look like the type of player who's going to, he looks like a bit of he doesn't look like a death hitter. He's more of a timer of the ball. And it's going to get harder and harder to time it as the ball gets softer and the pace comes off the ball. So he's got to make sure he stays up with the rate, and the guys coming around him have got to play those innings that Moeen played and Uthappa played. So it's going to be very, very important for the new batters to get going straight away.
Nitish Rana about to face his first delivery. One ball remaining in this 11th over. Exactly 100 to win then for KKR from 55 balls. Rana takes his guard. Thakur continues over the wicket. It's played in the air and into the hands of Faf du Plessis at mid-off. He's gone first ball, Nitish Rana. Shardul Thakur with 2 wickets in the over. And all of a sudden the Chennai Super Kings with their tails up. KKR 93 for 2 after 11.
Yeah, slight bit of mistiming there. Probably not quite up to pace with the wicket. Obviously your first ball, always difficult to know what sort of pace ball's going to come out the wicket. It was a cross seam. I wonder if it just held in the surface. No, it just looks like he just played it a little bit early. Can happen. First ball, and a good low catch there from Faf du Plessis at mid-off.
Well, Rana didn't trouble the scorers too much in that instance, and all of a sudden now with 100 to win from 54 balls, 2 wickets having fallen in that Shardul Thakur over. We said how important Shardul Thakur is going to be, by the way. He always makes things happen, and he has done here on the biggest stage, celebrating his call-up into the Indian T20 World Cup squad in absolute style at the moment. And they've sent in Sunil Narine. Now this is going to be really interesting. We saw what he did in that eliminator game, didn't we? 3 sixes off his first 3 deliveries, and all of a sudden they were done in that chase. That game had completely turned on its head. He's going to need to do a bit more than that on this occasion, but if he goes early, Chennai will really fancy their chances of opening up this batting order.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting decision from KKR. I mean, Morgan probably thinking that we need someone to just get us going, get us a quick 20 or 25, and it doesn't matter if he gets out because we don't really need him at the death. We've got a few batsmen still waiting, and I don't know if the injury has played a part in sending him in early, but I would have liked to have seen Morgan come in now to give himself a few balls, maybe 5 to 7 balls, get himself in, because once Morgan is going, he's so difficult to bowl to. His power, his ability to hit sixes, he would be your ideal man.
Right, Josh Hazlewood back into the attack, into Shubman Gill, who just works this off his hip into the leg side for a single. We'll see how Sunil Narine goes. Do you think if Eoin Morgan was in any kind of form at all, there would be no doubt really
100%.
that he would come in at this stage, would
100%. If he was scoring runs, he would have come in now because he'd be feeling confident. He won't be thinking about taking time to get himself in. He'd be just going for it from ball one, or striking the ball well. So he's probably thought, look, I don't really want to go in when I have to build an innings. I'd rather go in when there's 5 overs to go and there's only one way to play. So they sent in Narine because Narine's not going to waste time, let's be honest. He's going to go in and play shots from ball one, really. So they probably just need that little bit of momentum before the rest of the guys come in.
Sunil Narine with an IPL strike rate of 162. He's going to face up here to Josh Hazlewood. He's continuing over the wicket to the left-hander, and immediately Narine looks to smash this through the leg side. It's along the ground out towards deep mid-wicket, but into the big gap there. So gets himself 2 runs to start with. Last 20 balls of this innings going for 28 runs, and crucially for the Chennai Super Kings, 2 wickets. Hazlewood back into the attack here. Can he get another breakthrough? I think it's a clever move. Do you? Bringing Hazlewood back with somebody like Narine?
Yeah, definitely. I think he struggles more against the faster bowlers. But the faster bowlers got to be smart. They don't want to pitch too much up in his area. They want to keep it short.
Hazlewood in once again to Narine. It's down the leg side and left alone. He'll take the extra run there, signalled wide by umpire Illingworth. 97 for 2. Looking for that block hole though, Hazlewood.
It was almost a really good ball. It sort of blocked Narine off a little bit, and he was he definitely looked like he wasn't going to catch up with it, so he was able to get his foot out the way, so it was called a wide. But Hazlewood's got to be smart here. I think the odd short ball has to be bowled to Narayan just to keep him honest.
Narayan looking to give himself some room, moving over to the leg side. Hazlewood in again, and this is short. It's pulled away high in the air. Has it been taken? What a catch that is by Ravindra Jadeja out on the mid-wicket boundary. Sunil Narayan has gone. It was going for 6, and Ravi Jadeja, as cool as you like, he was on his back foot. His balance was, it suggested he should have fallen off the rope there, but he just managed to hold on to it high above his head. And that could be a crucial moment in the context of this game. Kolkata Knight Riders 97 for 3 in the 12th.
Yeah, Narayan decided he's not going to hold back at all here, and it was actually not a bad shot. He got it quite nice. It was quite flat, but it was a very well watched and well judged catch from Jadeja. Normally quite a straightforward catch for him. It's taken above his head. Just had to make sure he didn't step over the rope. And here comes Eoin Morgan, the captain. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
Narayan 2 from 2 this evening. One of the survivors, as we said, of the KKR and their 2 IPL victories in the past in 2012 and 2014. Unable to really get the business done this evening with bat or ball, as you'd normally expect of him. So Eoin Morgan, the captain, arrives to join Shubman Gill. Chennai Super Kings with their tails up at the moment. Josh Hazlewood with his first wicket of the evening into his 3rd over. 3 balls remaining then in this 12th over. 96 runs still required for victory for Kolkata from 51 balls. When you've got a captain out there at the moment who's not hit double figures in this UAE leg of the IPL, it doesn't bode well. Hazlewood is into Morgan, who immediately does get off the mark, down towards long on, just nudging the ball into the leg side. That will at least ease a few nerves that he's off the mark.
Well, he'll be feeling nervous, I can assure you. If you haven't got into double figures in the whole second leg of this IPL, you'll be feeling a few nerves. The benefit he's got here is the last game. You know, it's the last hurrah. It's almost like if he does pull it off here, everything will be forgotten, and he'll be a hero for KKR.
Quite similar IPL that he's had to MS Dhoni as well, his opposing captain, who's been generally really out of form until it came down to the crunch in that first qualifier when he smashed Tom Curran for those boundaries off the final over. Hazlewood into Gill this time, who pulls a short delivery out towards deep mid-wicket. Another single as Deepak Chahar sweeps up out there. 99 for 3, 1 ball remaining in this 12th over. 94 to win from 49.
I think the spin overs are going to be key here. I think for both sides. I think the spinners have been targeted today. There hasn't been much spin or hold in the wicket for them, so they have been targeted. It's maybe a very, very good opportunity to bring the spinner in now while Morgan's still new to the crease. I'm pretty sure knowing Morgan, he'll turn to his reverse sweep pretty early.
Hazlewood into Morgan, who drives, but only as far as extra cover. There is no run. Dot ball to finish off. An excellent over there from Josh Hazlewood, just the 6 from it and the wicket of Sunil Narayan. KKR after 12, then 99 for 3, 94 runs to win from 48 balls. And you talked about spin there. You probably don't want Jadeja bowling it to the left-hander, do you, to Morgan, despite the form that Morgan is in. Maybe now is time for Moeen Ali.
Yeah, but the only danger they have with bringing Moeen Ali is the right-hander is the guy who's set, so it will almost play into his hands. It could be an opportunity to take a wicket. They could buy a wicket like that of the set batsman, but they could make things very, very difficult for Eoin Morgan by bringing in the off spinner.
It's going to be Shubman Gill on strike for the start of this over, and it is Ravindra Jadeja back into the attack. This could be very interesting. He's taken a bit of tap already in his innings so far. I mean, he'll bring things back here.
All sorts of things running through Morgan's head here, because he'll be thinking left arm spin, what an opportunity for me to go get us off and get myself off to a fly and get the team into a good position, or do I play myself in?
Jadeja into Gill, it's fired into the legs and thuds down into the leg side, and there is no run. Jadeja, 25 runs conceded from his first 2 overs. But the required run rate at the moment has crept up to over 12 with those 3 wickets. He's down the wicket this time, is Gill, and just nudges it out towards wide long on. In fact, they get through for 2. Well placed. Good running between these two. 100 up for Kolkata, 101 for 3 in the 13th. 92 to win now from 46 balls.
Yeah, good batting from Shubman Gill there. I mean, yeah, they mustn't miss out on those opportunities as well of taking 2. There are 2s out there in the leg side. And at this stage where they've lost three quick wickets, it's a good opportunity for them also, especially the right-hander against the left-arm spinner, to pick up 2s and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Jadeja in once more. It's outside the off stump and he edges through the legs of MS Dhoni, does Shubman Gill. It's gone very fine, and Josh Hazlewood manages to bring it in inside the rope. So they're through for another couple of runs. Shubman Gill on to 46 now.
Oh, drop catch, yep. Tough chance though.
It was the one earlier off Iyer that he definitely should have held. That one more difficult. This is a caught behind opportunity down the leg side. They think they've got their man. There's a really big shout from Dhoni and Jadeja. Did he get any bat on that? He was looking to sweep with Shubman Gill, and it doesn't look as though Dhoni's going to go upstairs. May have just flicked something else on the way through.
Yeah, no wide given, so it must have flicked something.
Jadeja floats this one up. It's a full toss. It's hit over the covers. 1 bounce, 4. And that was a bit of a gimme, to be honest. 50 for Shubman Gill, 50 from 40 deliveries. Abhishek Junjunwala was saying on commentary earlier, this probably isn't the night where you want Shubman Gill to get 50 or 40 odd. But that's exactly what he's done, and he is at least holding up one end and giving everybody else an opportunity just to play their shots around him. It's been a good effort from Shubman Gill. Can he put his foot on the accelerator now?
Yeah, well, that's going to be important. I think the next 30 runs is when he's got to really pick up his pace. He's got to almost get him at a strike rate of 200.
Jadeja this time fires it wide of the off stump, and just about manages to reach it. Shubman Gill gets himself a single into the offside to finish off the over and to retain strike. So 13 overs gone, 7 remaining in this innings. Kolkata Knight Riders 108 for 3. They need 85 runs to win the IPL from 42 balls. Surely the Chennai Super Kings favourites. But when you look at this KKR batting lineup, if Eoin Morgan can just get himself going and get himself a few runs here in Dubai, they've still got Dinesh Karthik, they've got Shakib Al Hassan to come as well. And Rahul Tripathi, we've not seen him this evening either. He's been demoted down the order, so still plenty of batting to come. The issue for them is, have they got enough firepower to keep up with this required run rate, which is now over 12 runs and over?
Well, I think if Morgan faces 20 of those 42 deliveries, KKR will be very, very close to that score. So it's a massive, massive moment in the game for KKR and Eoin Morgan.
7 overs left. You'd think that if a wicket was to fall in the next couple of overs, it would be Dinesh Karthik or Shakib to come in next. It's going to be Deepak Chahar back in the attack, and it's immediately a play and a miss from Gill outside the off stump. It was a horrible cross-batted shot, really. It was just short of a length, slightly slower delivery, maybe foxed by that, looking to pull into the leg side. Wasn't all that short though, and was quite wide of the off stump.
Yeah, this is where Shubman Gill struggles a little bit. He's not a power hitter like the rest of the guys, so finding boundaries and maximums for him is a little bit more difficult at this stage of the game.
Bit of a heave, that one. Play and miss, so he's 51 from 42 now is Shubman Gill. Takes his guard once more. This is Deepak Chahar's final over, and he's wrapped him on the pads there, and he's been given LBW. That was about as plumb as you get. And you talk about the celeb appeal. Well, Deepak Chahar barely turned around to ask umpire Illingworth if that was gone. He was looking for a lap sweep shot and just left his leg exposed right in front of the base of the stumps. Lovely Yorker from Deepak Chahar. He's got his man. Shubman Gill gone for 51. KKR 108 for 4.
Yeah, and the pressure was telling on him. Couldn't get it away. Couldn't get his boundaries once the field went out. And just a lack of concentration. They're probably not watching the ball onto the middle of the bat. It was probably the ball he wanted to play that dink sweep. It was almost like shin height full toss. Probably the perfect ball to get some bat on and get a boundary, but taking his eye off the ball, the pressure just built on him and he's lost his wicket. It might not be a bad thing for KKR at this stage though.
Yeah, they need to get a move on. He probably wasn't the man to do it. And no surprise really that Dinesh Karthik has been sent in ahead of Rahul Tripathi. Need to get a move on here. Karthik, the man with all the experience, he's done it for India at various times throughout his career. He's done it in the IPL as well, but another one of these KKR batters who's not really had the best season with the bat. Can he roll back the years here? 85 still to win for KKR from 40 balls. And it's really now or never that he's just got to go from pretty much ball 1 or 2, hasn't he?
Yeah, but one of the things that Karthik has in his favour is he plays a cut shot and he finds gaps and he's able to pierce fields and get boundaries, especially early in his innings. So this may just suit him with a bit of pace on the ball. He might just get a few away.
Deepak Chahar into Karthik, who pulls this one high into the air and starts with a 6. Well, that was easy as you like. He didn't look to overhit that one. He knew there was a gap there, no man on the boundary, and he placed it beautifully. It was a short delivery. It was angled in towards the leg side. He just swiveled on it. And talk about getting your eye in. Doesn't need to do any of that. He's off the mark with a 6.
Yeah, and we were just talking about his ability to use the pace of the bowlers, his high skill to be able to get the ball behind square and find boundaries. He might be the ideal man at this situation. It was actually the right thing, the best thing that happened to KKR, losing Shubman Gill and getting in a more aggressive middle order batsman.
Karthik then putting the pressure back onto Deepak Chahar. 79 now to win from 39 balls. Chahar in once more, this time outside the off stump and driven out towards the sweeper at cover. Won't dare take on Ravi Jadeja's arm for a second, so just a single. 115 for 4, 78 to win now from 38.
I think Morgan plays a massive part now. So much relies on Morgan. He's got to play the innings of his life here, really.
He's 1 from 2 at the moment. Deepak Chahar has got a couple of balls remaining in his spell. In this 14th over of the innings, remains over the wicket. It's short and he almost drags that one on. Eoin Morgan, he was again foxed by the lack of pace put on the ball there from Deepak Chahar. A slower delivery, looking to pull away into the leg side, and got some sort of edge on it, and in the end miles away from the stumps.
And one of the biggest things, I think, when you're under this sort of pressure, which Morgan is with not scoring runs, it could be so many things going through your mind as a batsman. One of the things you've got to go back to basics and just remember, what is it that helps you score runs. It's actually keeping things very simple, watching the ball all the way onto the middle of your bat.
Chahar into Karthik, it's full, it's driven out towards cover, and Karthik will get himself a single to finish off that over. So 9 runs from that Deepak Chahar over, but the wicket of Shubman Gill as well. KKR 117 for 4 from 14 overs. They need 76 to win from 36 balls. Thank you very much to Ravi Bopara. Abhishek Junjunwala will join me now in the commentary box with KKR under the pump, really.
Yeah, they are. Hi, Nitish.
Abhishek, yeah, it's for CSK to lose now, let's say.
I think we knew that KKR batting is very, very fragile once you lose the top 4, and Rahul Tripathi getting injured and not being able to bat has been a massive, massive setback for them. And at the moment, yes, as you said, is CSK's game to lose. 76 of 36. Highly unlikely that Eoin Morgan and Dinesh Karthik are going to do it. If they're going to do it, brilliant for KKR, but looking at the form, the way these two have batted in the last 4 or 5 games is highly unlikely.
Well, it's going to be Jadeja to continue here into his final over. He's gone for 34 in his 3 overs so far. 76 to win from 36. There's Dinesh Karthik, attack from the off. He's moving around in his crease and doesn't manage to get it past MS Dhoni, chasing the ball as he looks to turn that one around the corner. Karthik, dot ball.
But they're desperate at the moment. They have to hit pretty much every over. They need 2 boundaries, if not 3. 13 and over from here. They can't afford to have any more overs where they get 5 or 6. That run rate is going to go up to 15, 16, 17, and then it's going to be very, very difficult. At the moment, they need a couple of overs where they can get 15, 18, 20.
Jadeja in again, and he sweeps, or looks to sweep, and misses the ball outside the off stump. Dinesh Karthik, bit of turn there from Jadeja away from the right-hander as well. MS Dhoni whips the bails off, but Karthik's back foot clearly in the crease.
Still very quick, MS. Still very, very quick. Those gloves, those hands, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, it's very hard for Dinesh Karthik. He got very lucky with the first delivery, with the short delivery, but after that it's been difficult for him.
Jadeja in once more. It's short. It's pulled away along the ground by Karthik out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on here. Good fielding on the boundary though. Just the single. And you can see all of a sudden, with the loss of a couple of wickets, you can see what it does to Chennai Super Kings fielders as well. All of a sudden, that extra few percent being given out in the field, their tails are up.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think they done brilliantly when they came out to bat. They batted with intent. They batted with the right aggression. And they've got a total which doesn't matter how good the pitch is, doesn't matter the dew factor. 193 is hard work.
Jadeja over the wicket to Morgan, who hits this hard, but only as far as long off, who misfields, manages to prevent a second run.
The last time Gautam came in, he dropped an absolute dolly, and today he nearly missed that ball to the boundary. Very, very lucky. Here, K. Gautam under a bit of pressure as well when you come in as a 12th man in these sort of situations in a big game like the final. You don't want to do anything silly.
In a crucial position in this game. This is pulled away high into the air by Dinesh Karthik and straight down the throat of that man at deep backward square leg. Ravi Jadeja does have a say. He takes a wicket as well. Dinesh Karthik gone for 9. And the Kolkata Knight Riders, well, they're almost out of it now. 119 for 5. 1 ball remaining in this 15th over. 74 still required to win from 31. And Eoin Morgan, the out of form Eoin Morgan, the only man really still standing, just Shakib Al Hassan to come really.
Yeah, Dinesh Karthik, he knew that he's not going to win this game, to be honest, the way he has batted the whole season. He got very lucky. The only time he looked in form was the first delivery when he pulled it for 6. And since then he struggled for the next 6 deliveries. Out for 9, Dinesh Karthik. And yeah, with him it looks like that KKR, it becomes an impossible task for KKR. Rahul Tripathi has got ready. I don't think he's walked into the middle yet, but he's got ready. So we'll have to see who comes in next after
Shakib.
Shakib has walked in already.
Shakib has gone in.
Okay.
And Rahul Tripathi, the only other sort of recognised batter left in the hutch, so he will be due in next at number 8 if required, of course, which he may well be in this situation. Now at the moment, I mean, this was billed as 2 World Cup winning captains up against each other. Well, MS Dhoni's won 3 IPLs, the T20 World Cup, the 50 over World Cup, the Champions Trophy, the Champions League T20 as well. He knows how to get these things done as Jadeja is down the leg side, a stumping chance for MS Dhoni, but I think Shakib was back in his ground. Will be signalled wide though, we'll have to bowl that again. Eoin Morgan, of course, having won the 50 over World Cup, but MS Dhoni, the best white ball captain of all time, up against probably the current best international white ball captain in Eoin Morgan. And the Tala, the boss as he's known in Chennai, having the better of it at the moment. They're just going to take a look at this stumping chance.
Very quick hands. Very, very quick hands. I think there might be a chance that he lifted his foot. It's all about getting the right timing here. When you are going for these sort of decisions, when you going for these sort of stumpings, if the timing is right.
first they're checking whether or not he edged the ball into Dhoni's gloves down the leg side. It was close, but no edge on that, on the ultra edge, no spikes. So we'll look at the stumping.
Thank you. No bad hit ball now.
He did lift the foot for a very short period, like a fraction of a second, but we have to see if MS Dhoni was able to take the bells off at that moment. That's why it's so crucial, that timing.
I think his foot is down in the crease quite comfortably there as the bells are taken off. So Shakib will survive. Just waiting for confirmation on the big screen, given as not out. Final ball of this over then. Jadeja fires it in. Is that going to be LBW? Yes, it is. The finger goes up from Nitin Menon. Ravi Jadeja has taken 2 in the over. And that surely has got to be the final nail in the coffin for the Kolkata Knight Riders. 120 for 6. 73 to win from 30 balls. Just 4 wickets in hand. He's had his say, Abhishek. Ravi Jadeja, you can't keep him out of the game.
You can't. He is a champion, absolute champion, Ravindra Jadeja, with his bat, with the ball, and when he's on the field. He's fielded brilliantly, taken 2 brilliant catches, and now with the ball he's doing the job for his side. 2 massive wickets in 1 over, and it looks like game over for KKR. 73 of 5 overs, very unlikely, with Eoin Morgan being completely out of form and Rahul Tripathi with an injured foot. I doubt they're going to get anywhere close to the target of 192 here. 193, sorry.
We'll see if they get anywhere close. The umpires have called for a strategic timeout here. So good timing as Simon Mann waits in the wings to replace me. I won't give him the task of trying to talk for the full 2.5 minutes before he commentates on the next few overs to take you through to the conclusion of this one. But yeah, Eoin Morgan, you mentioned there, Abhishek. So scratchy. He's only faced 4 deliveries, but even in that 4 deliveries, you can just tell. I mean, he almost dragged one onto his stumps. He's just not getting the ball anywhere near the middle of the bat. It's a shadow of his former self, really.
Yeah, I think he's lost a lot of faith in the ability, and that happens at times when you're out of form. You lose confidence as a batter, and I think that's exactly what has happened. And yeah, T20 format is not the best format to get back in form, because the matches come thick and fast and you have to score runs quickly. You don't have the time to give yourself that time where you can play out 15-20 deliveries and just try and middle the ball. Even if you don't get runs, is fine. So I think T20 is not the format where it's easier to get back in form.
Indeed. So just to take you through what has happened in this innings so far, the Kolkata Knight Riders needing 193 for victory on 120 for 6 with 5 overs remaining in the innings. 73 to win they need from 30 balls. It's not impossible. They've got Eoin Morgan there. Can he find some form? Well, he looks a long way from doing so at the moment, but you just never know with the IPL. There's usually a twist somewhere down the line, but we've got Rahul Tripathi who's going to be batting with him at the conclusion of this strategic timeout. He's carrying a slight injury as well, and then not really much batting to come. Lockie Ferguson can probably hit a long ball or 2 on his day, but that's about it really. It's been a really cool and calm, collected effort really from the Chennai Super Kings. They were 91 without loss in the 11th over, Kolkata, in their run chase. Got off to the best possible start really through Shubman, Gill and Venkatesh Iyer, both making half centuries, and then it kind of all fell to bits. Not a single player has managed to get into double figures since. So to take you through to the conclusion then, it's going to be Abhishek and Simon Mann.
Thank you, Nikesh. Yeah, they're nearly there. You feel Chennai Super Kings. We've seen some strange things happen in T20 cricket and remarkable finishes, but this would be close to topping the lot really if KKR were to win from here. It's really on Eoin Morgan. If they are to get anywhere close, he's going to have to produce something absolutely spectacular, and of course he's not produced anything spectacular at all in this second part of the tournament. He did make some runs in the first part. He made 47 in one game. He is on strike. Thakur bowls, chopped away by Morgan. Backward square on the offside, swept up in the deep by Chahar. It's only a single, and Morgan goes to 4 from 5. Tripathi's out there batting on one leg, we assume, because he went off injured when he was fielding, and he's normally comes in top order, he's coming at number 8, so he's got to be incapacitated. We'll see now by how much. But Ravi Jadeja, brilliant in the field, a couple of wickets as well, and it's been a really fine all-round performance from Chennai Super Kings. They've controlled the game, I think it's fair to say, for the most part. Okay, there was that stand between Iyer and Gill, but we knew they were going to have to score at 10 and over. They lost wickets, the pressure was going to build. Abhishek and I were talking off air about it, that someone at the top order, one of the top two, has got to get 100 really to win the game, especially with this injury to Tripathi, and just some question marks over KKR's batting lineup. It's a bit sketchy. It can come off sometimes, the likes of Narain, but it's not quite as strong. There's no Andre Russell. There was a suggestion that Russell should have played instead of Morgan. I don't know what you think about that.
I mean, that's a big call, isn't it? He's led the side for the whole tournament, and you can't just drop yourself.
He's got them to the final. He's sort of negotiated his way through. Here's Tripathi opening the face, runs it away into the offside. Straight to short third is quite fine, and he sets off with the single. So instinct there took him off the single, and then he stopped and then hobbled back.
I think it's the ankle. I think he twisted his ankle, the way it looks like at the moment. I mean, it could be something else, but the way he just started and then hobbled, and then again going back to his crease. He just can't put his foot down at the moment, it seems like it.
Yeah, could well be a twisted ankle. So he's just going to have to stand there and slog, isn't he, really?
Yeah.
I
they still have to do it anyway.
Don't see any other alternative, and that's what they need, but he's not going to be up and down for twos, is he? I wouldn't have thought so anyway. Thakur goes in and bowls to Tripathi, who drives uppishly out towards extra cover, and it's picked up by Jadeja fumbles it in the deep there, and I said they wouldn't be up and down for twos. That was a very long two, and Tripathi jogging through for the second, and Morgan sort of taps his bat to say well done for running two there and putting yourself through the pain barrier. There was a very long two in the end, but by the time Jadeja had fumbled it.
It's a great effort. I mean, obviously he's injured, he's really, really struggling, he must be under a lot of pain. He's probably had popped every pill which is there to be popped to reduce the pain. But at the moment you're a professional sportsman, and that's what you need. That's what you go through sometimes.
70 to win. Tripathi swings this high away on the leg side. I'm not sure he's got enough of this. He hasn't. Moeen Ali's pouched the catch. That long on, running round away to his right hand side. It's 123 for 7, and a very sorry Tripathi walks off, hobbles off. He's gone for 2. Thakur's got his 3rd wicket. He's taken 3 for 19. And Chennai Super Kings are on the verge of winning IPL again.
As the 4th IPL they would be winning. They've already won 3, so they will be 1 behind the Mumbai Indians if they can manage to secure another IPL trophy. Who would have thought this could happen a couple of years back when we called them the Dad's Army? They came last in the table, and then from there to turn things around completely with the same side. They've lost. They don't have Shane Watson, who was there in that side, but apart from that, they've pretty much kept the same players. The core is still there, and just to turn things around, it's just brilliant. This is going to be another story in the IPL. But what a performance it has been.
I remember doing a podcast, and we were chatting about the IPL at the end of the last tournament in the UAE when Mumbai Indians won it again. We were saying, it's not supposed to be like this, and what are Chennai going to do? They're in big trouble. All those old players. And
we were talking about that they might have to reshuffle the whole team before even they can come close to winning a tournament again. And look what they have done in a year's time.
Well, they're nearly there. Here is Thakur bowling to Lockie Ferguson, gets into an awful tangle trying to play that. It's a short ball outside the off stump, slower ball into the pitch. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do it in the end, and he got some bat on it, sort of under edge, and it went behind him, and it was picked up by Dhoni, and there is no run.
It was a slow delivery again. He's bowled really well. Shardul Thakur is such a smooth operator.
He's a good cricketer,
He's a very, very good cricketer. I think, India winning those 2 tests in the UK, well, you've got to give him so much credit because what he has done with the bat, not with the ball. And he's taken crucial wickets as well at the right time in that test match. But what he did with the bat was just extraordinary.
Ferguson waits. Thakur goes into bowl to him. It's short outside the off stump, slower ball, toe-ended over 2 fielders running back in the cover region. Throw comes in. Morgan gets back at the non-striker's end for the 2nd, and that is the end of the 16th over. This is a Sharjah score from KKR, 125 for 7, but unfortunately for them, they need a Dubai score.
My thing is they must have a better 12th man than K. Gautam. Does Chennai have a better 12th man than K. Gautam? Because he doesn't look very comfortable out there as a 12th man at the moment. He's dropped catches, he's done misfielding, he's done everything in the last couple of times whenever he was out there in the middle as a 12th man. Yeah, I don't think they've picked anybody young.
If you get me out there in the field, it wouldn't make any difference to the result of this game.
I know it wouldn't. But at the moment, 4 overs, 68. Has it happened before? 68 or 4 overs?
If you had 6 wickets in hand or 7 wickets, it must have
maybe
done.
There is a chance.
I mean, I'm sure Dhoni's pulled off something like this before.
Oh, Dhoni has. I remember like 2017 or 18 IPL where they needed 60 something of the last 4 and Dhoni got them. It was unbelievable. The hitting. He hit 4 sixes in an over in the second last over because they needed 30 odd in the last 2 and then hit 4 sixes in the penultimate over. So yes, this has happened.
Doesn't happen very often though. Here's Morgan on strike looking for a miracle, and he's up against Josh Hazlewood as well. Morgan with this very wide stance, waits back raised, forward press. Hazlewood bowls, there's a swing and a miss at that one. Slower ball, completely deceived him. And Morgan is so out of sorts, and it's a problem for England. It's an issue for England, I think, going into the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
You've got a captain who's really low on form and confidence, and he's going to be playing in the same sorts of conditions.
It feels like he couldn't hit a ball at the moment. It's a bit sad watch him bat the way he's batting at the moment.
But you nail 1 or 2, and does it all come back again? We'll see. Hazlewood goes in, bowls to Morgan. He tries to swing that away on the leg side, struck on the pad, says no to Lockie Ferguson as it goes away towards fine leg. And they could have run there, but Morgan says, look, I'm the hitter here, I've got to try to do something special. He's got to hit he's got to do what he did to Afghanistan in the World Cup here. He's got to hit just about everything for 6. 68 to win from 22 balls.
KK would wish for that at the moment. They would take anything. Last 20 deliveries, they've got 17 runs and lost 4 wickets. Like like the last game.
Like the other day, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Folded and just got over the line thanks to Tripathi. Hazlewood goes in, bowls to Morgan. That's short. Morgan gets after that one. He's hit it away towards Deepak with square leg. Oh, is he going to be caught on the boundary? He is, by one of those brilliant boundary catches where the fielder knocks it up, goes over the rope, steps back inside and takes the catch. And Morgan is on his way for 4. It's another low score. It's 125 for 8. And that just about rubs it in. Chahar was the fielder on the deep back with square leg boundary. They are going to check it.
I think he fumbled it inside. He didn't get it cleanly. He fumbled the ball, but landed the ball. The fumble stayed inside the rope, but he did really good. He did a wonderful job there, Deepak Chahar. Brilliant catch at the end. And Eoin Morgan will have to go back. Terrific how they do it so calmly nowadays at the boundary.
It was a magnificent recovery. Magnificent. Really stayed cool. Morgan knew, I think he knew, he's off, and with him, well, they didn't really have much chance anyway, but that just about underlines it. 125 for 8, Morgan 4, another single figure score. He actually hit it reasonably well, didn't he? I mean, it was very close to being a 6.
Is that the end of Morgan in the IPL?
Wow.
There will be a lot of ends, we know that, after this year's tournament. The people who have also done well probably won't return to the IPL because yes, there will be franchise looking at all the options they could find, but with the 2 new teams coming in, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, he's guided his team to the final, and they've come back well in the tournament as well because they were nowhere going into this second stage. They've got to the final, but I mean, he's barely got a run. I mean, that was a hopeless situation he faced there, but even then he was swinging and missing, and there was no timing. He just looks a man totally out of sorts. Anyway, we'll see how that plays out in the next few weeks for England. Josh Hazlewood picks up his 2nd wicket, and Mavi's out there. It's 125 for 8, 68 to win. Hazlewood goes in, bowls to Mavi, who pushes that away into the offside, out towards cover. They run through for a single, so at least Mavi doesn't get a blob on it in the IPL final, unlike Nitish Rana out first ball, and Shakib Hassan, he was out first ball as well. So it's been one of those really disappointing evenings for Kolkata Knight Riders. Good start, so much promise. 91 for the first wicket. But we did worry about this batting lineup. It just looks fragile.
Apart from the top four, we knew that they're going to struggle. Once they lose the top four without getting majority of the runs, they're not going to get there, because a lot of players were out of form in this side, and that was the biggest worry. And with 193, it's a matter of a couple of wickets, isn't it, Simon? The moment you lose 2 wickets, even if you're 100 for no loss.
Hazlewood bowls a full toss. It might be over waist height there. Slapped away by Ferguson towards fine leg. Stopped in the deep, and they run through for a single. It might just have been low enough. Yeah, it has that feeling now. If it's going to be done, it might as well be done quickly, really. There's still 3.1 overs left. 127 for 8, 66 to win from 3.1 overs. When you get to the showpiece match, you want a really competitive final, and it was for 3/4 of it.
It was, even after the first 8 overs or the 10th over, it looked completely 50-50.
Hazlewood bowls full, driven by Mavi to the edge of the circle, straight to the fielder. There's no run, and inevitably the director who's selecting the pictures, the television coverage focuses on Andre Russell, who is fit. We understand he's fit, but couldn't get back in the side. Shakib had done well, upset the balance of the side. But Russell, dynamic player, but not included tonight.
And again, we talk about if this could have been done or that could have been done. Yes, this is a perfect pitch for Andre Russell to just launch, because the ball's coming onto the bat nicely. But again, it will be a bit unfair on people and players who have done so well in the last 4 or 5 matches and brought the team to the final to get dropped in the very end because somebody just got fit. So I think from the team management point of view, they made the right decision. Yes, it could have been different if Andre Russell played, and who knows, it might not be. So, but you got to back the decision of the management and the captain and the coach. I still think they picked the right 11 to play this match.
Well, it was the 11 that won the semi-final, effective semi-final, the second qualifier. Bravo goes in, round the wicket to bowl to Lockie Ferguson. It's outside the off stump, hammers it out towards long on. Not with a great deal of timing, actually. A lot of brute force in that shot. Picked up at long on, and there is no run. 128 for 8 at the start of the 18th over. 65 more are required from 17 balls, and we're in that sort of strange situation where everybody knows the outcome of the game.
They're just waiting for it to happen.
You've got to get all the balls done, because a whole lot of 5 wides down the leg side, and it's on again. But it's almost becoming, it's not mathematically impossible now, but it's getting towards that sort of territory. 65 to win.
They could still win it with 5 balls to spare, 6 balls to spare here, with 11 sixes.
Mind you, we were sitting here the other evening saying this game is done, weren't we? And then it changed round. But bravo to Mavi. Mavi gets the ball outside the off stump, just inside the wide line. Swings out, misses through to MS Dhoni, who's going to win another IPL at the age of 40. Talk about Morgan, is Dhoni going to play?
He said, you will definitely see me in the yellow. And which yellow and in which role, nobody knows. But yes, I think he will be attached with the CSK. He will either be in a management role, he will be involved in some capacity, and I wouldn't be surprised if he works really, really hard and wants to play another season in India and retire from India.
Bravo bowls outside the off stump, and that is toe-ended away for 4 down towards the 3rd boundary. It was wide from Bravo, and Mavi swung the bat at it, and he got enough on it to send it to the rope. So 132 for 8. It feels like the first boundary for quite a long time. They really dried up once Venkatesh Iyer was out for 50.
I think the last boundary was Dinesh Karthik's 6, which he pulled the very first ball he played, and after that we haven't seen a single boundary. So Mavi just opening the face of the bat. There was a 3rd man inside the 30-yard circle, and hence managed to pick up a boundary. But at the moment it's all over pretty much for KKR. 15 deliveries left. They require 61, so they need a lot of 6s and 4s if they want to get close to the target.
Bravo to Mavi, and Mavi swipes at that one, and that's gone for 6. It might just over the car they advertised. I think just over it, nearly landed on the roof of the car. That flew away.
Things are changing. IPL is doing what IPL does.
Well, it's still 55 to win off 14 balls with 2 wickets left. That was a remarkable shot, slicing drive, thick edge back towards the deep third boundary from the bat of Mavi.
And McCullum just giving a little bit of a clap. He admired that shot.
Too little too late, but at least it's something. Mavi to 11, 138 for 8. And
something going on at the ground.
What's the problem now? The 2 umpires are walked away from the stumps. The ball disappeared. They're going to have to bring on another ball. Yeah, so Rana 0, Tripathi 2, Morgan 4, Shakib 0, Karthik 9, Narain 2. A sorry tale for KKR's batting lineup after that 91 opening stand. Venkatesh Iyer 50, Shubman Gill 51, but the rest not very many. Only Mavi, who's in at number 10, has reached double figures. And it's Chakravarti to come as well, who's sort of like a non-fielder, non-batter, isn't he? So there's not a great deal to come. And the game's held up at the moment while we get a new ball. Umpire's just checking that it's old enough for the 18th over of a T20 innings. Around about this time a couple of days ago, we were in the midst of a remarkable finish involving KKR and Delhi Capitals, with KKR just about managing it with a ball to spare, with Tripathi hitting Ravichandran Ashwin for 6 after Ashwin had taken 2 wickets in an over. 6 wickets fell for 7 runs, but we are being spared that sort of drama this evening in Dubai, with Chennai Super Kings just looking to close this out now. Bravo goes in round the wicket to bowl to Mavi, bowls him a low full toss which he clips away, and that's gone to the boundary as well. Gone out towards Deepak's square leg for 6. He's gone over the boundary, so that's 4-6-6.
I'm telling you, there's a twist left here, Simon, believe me or not.
144 for 8. I don't believe you, actually. I don't believe you.
This is IPL. Another 6 or 7 sixes, well, suddenly we'll be talking.
Yeah, another 6 or 7 sixes and I'll start to believe.
49 or 13 looks doable now.
49 to win off 2.1 overs. Well, I have seen an over in T20 cricket go for 38.
So there you go. Another 6 of the last ball here.
Bravo bowls. Mavi gets a slower ball which he guides towards backward point or deep wide third for a single. Takes the bowling. Mavi onto 18. 2 overs left. 145 for 8. They need 48 to win from the last 2 overs, so 24 runs and over. So yeah, just the 8 sixes required, or some configuration thereof. It's a great position, of course, for CSK to be in. Winners in 2018, losers in the final in 2019. DNQ last time did not qualify for the knockout stages. Against a KKR side that have won both their finals, but they were quite a long time ago now, 2012 and 2014, their 3rd final. So this is familiar territory for CSK, their 9th final in all, and they are on the verge of their 4th. It's interesting actually, you talk about the IPL, you know, the idea of being sort of like a level playing field, but 2 teams, franchises, whatever you want to call them, have won 9 of the titles.
Of the 14 titles, yeah. There's been a Rajasthan Royals, Deccan Chargers won 1 each, and KKR twice.
And Sunrisers
Hyderabad
once,
won.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thakur goes in, bowls to Mavi outside the off stump, under edge through to Dhoni. Swing from Mavi. You can see what they're doing here. They're bowling these very wide balls just inside the line, full.
So now one equation is gone. They can't win it with the 4s. So they could have won with 12 4s of 12 deliveries with 48. Now they've got to be a 6.
I'm glad your maths is up to par. Standard. Yeah, it's got to be some 6s now. Well, he's at a couple. 145 for 8. It's amazing how a game could just sort of lose all its intensity, isn't it?
Completely. And it happened 3 overs back, not just now.
Thakur to Mavi, that's a wide. Mavi was moving across there, and Thakur changed his angle of attack, but really wide, just got it wrong. So he'll have to bowl that one again. Still 11 balls left in the match. 146 for 8. KKR inch a bit closer. But it was an excellent batting performance from CSK, and the point being that they were put in and both sides wanted to bat second. But of course, if you get decent runs on the board, then you put the pressure back on the other side. That's exactly what's happened.
Do you reckon South Africa must be thinking that we should pick Fab du Plessis? The way he has batted in the IPL and UAE.
Thakur bowls another wideish delivery, slower ball, and Mavi reaches for it. I think if he'd left that, he'd got another wide, but he clothed it out towards cover and picked up a single. 147 for 8. Right, yeah, I'm sure they would love to have him in their side, but I mean, it's his decision to not to play.
But amazing is sometimes you see these professionals. He's batting beautifully at the moment. Yes, there were times he was not scoring any runs, but at the moment the way he's batting, he cannot put a foot wrong. And when somebody is in such good form, you expect them to play the top tournament in the world, the biggest competition, the T20 World Cup for the respective nations. That's what everyone wants to see.
Thakur ball to Ferguson. It's a full toss, slower ball, full toss outside the off stump. He swipes at it and misses it. And looks at the umpires to say, well, how wide was that? How high was that? And the umpire says, no, it's absolutely fine. 147 for 8. Du Plessis, well, he's 37. So he's done his time. He played 69 tests. He played 143 one-day internationals and 50 T20s. What's that? It's around about 260 times for his country.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
I've done my bit. The legs are a bit tired now. I'll make some money as well. That's the other thing. Thakur goes into Ferguson. Oh, that is above waist height. It's been swatted away for, I think that's gone for 6, and that's going to be a no ball as well. So that's 7 off that delivery, and bowl it again. Well, a few more of those, Abhishek, and then I'll be starting to believe again. I mean, that was really high, wasn't it?
I mean,
shoulder height almost.
It's mind blowing. Like, all you need to do is run and bowl length and on the stumps. That's all you need to do. You don't need to try Yorkers. You don't need to bowl slow balls. You don't need to do anything fancy here. Just run and bowl length. Finish those 9 deliveries. They are not going to win this game and go home.
It's the equivalent of 8 to win. Don't bowl a no ball.
Bowl a no ball.
Don't bowl a no ball. Don't bowl
just
a wide.
Bowl a straight ball. Just stand there and bowl a straight delivery, and that's all he needs to do here. And now he's bowling full tosses, beamers, no balls, wides. It's just mind-blowing stuff.
I mean, you might say the ball slipped a bit because it's a bit damp, but I mean, anyway. So if this goes for 6, this ball will be worth 13. Thakur goes in and bowls. Oh, it's a wide outside the off stump. I mean, this is really poor bowling from Shardul Thakur. We've praised him, but this is rubbish. It is rubbish.
I don't know what the thought process is behind it, all what he's trying to achieve here by trying to bowl so many different variations where the other team needs 40 of 9 deliveries.
So the only way they can win is if you bowl wides and full tosses
and no balls, and you're doing everything which you shouldn't be doing. 40 of 9 deliveries, just bowl straight balls. I'm sure they're not. Lockie Ferguson and Mavi are not going to hit you for 4s and 6s every ball, even if you bowl length.
Exactly. Thakur bowls. Oh, that's another wide, surely outside the off stump. It's a swipe from the batter, Ferguson. It's another wide. It's still a free hit. We haven't had the free hit ball yet.
No. Every time I love looking at Mahendra Singh Dhoni's face. Like, he doesn't want to show his emotions because he knows the camera will be on him, but he must be spewing inside. He must be so angry at the moment. And the whole of CSK, the way this over has gone so far.
154 for 8, 9 balls left still. It's still a free hit. Thakur bowls is a full toss, which is hit away out towards the wide long off boundary. It's a brilliant piece of fielding from Gaikwad, preventing that going before. Magnificent piece of fielding. Saved 2 runs. It's 37 to win off 8 balls. So 6 sixes in the final over. They've taken it to the final over with a smidgen of a chance of winning.
They are. 6 sixes, but what an effort. What an effort from Gaikwad. What a stop. Brilliant. He's batted brilliantly. He's been brilliant on the field.
He's got the orange cap on as well.
Yeah, he's got the orange cap, and I'm sure he'll have a long future for the Indian team as well.
Thakur, does he finish the over? He does, and he's been pummeled for 6. Out towards wide long on. That went really high off the bat of Ferguson. So we are going into a final over, and it's 31 to win.
And they don't even need 6 sixes.
Of the final.
They can do it with 5.
How many runs from that over from Shardul Thakur? The over seemed to go on forever.
It does seem that it's been going on for the last hour.
Let's have a quick look to see how many.
And I'm a bit worried if I have to move my car at 7 o'clock downstairs.
It's right. The the over started with them on 145 and ended at 162, so 17 runs off the over. Here's the last over. Oh, there's still one ball to go, and that one is a dot ball. Dhoni not that happy, and Shardul Thakur finally gets through his over. So I made that 17 runs off the over.
Yeah, he's fuming. Mahendra Singh Dhoni is absolutely fuming, and look at his reaction after he gets the ball. He's like, this is all you need to do. What were you doing for the last 6 or 7 deliveries? He is livid at the moment, Mahendra Singh Dhoni. He knows he's going to win the game, but obviously still having a chat with him and just having a little go at Shardul Thakur and telling him what he should have done and what he did in that over. That was a very, very poor.
Well, I suppose it's the difference between a side having no chance and a small chance, and now they have got a small I mean, it's an absolutely infinitesimally small chance. They've got to hit 5 sixes in the last over, unless there are more no balls that disappear for 6, things like that. But sometimes you think in 2020 not impossible can happen, but something remarkable can happen. It shouldn't happen, but you just slightly open the door when you don't need to. So it wasn't the most sensible over from Shardul Thakur. Anyway, they are going to win. Just a question of finishing it off. 162 for 8. Bravo. And a bit of common sense to proceedings. Ball's full to Mavi. I think the ball goes between his legs there. It wasn't a wide. It was angled down the leg side, but it went between his legs, and he missed it. And Dhoni took it, and Dhoni's rushed forward, and he's very animated with Bravo as well.
He's saying just bowl straight. That's all he wants his bowlers to do, because even that ball, if he didn't move his leg, that was a wide. He is just annoyed that why can't you guys just bowl straight on the stumps? If they're good enough to hit you for 5 sixes, let them do it, but don't bowl extras. That's all he's saying out there, and he's right in saying so.
162 for 8. 31 to win from 5 balls, so there needs to be something absolutely sensational here. Here's Bravo into bowl to Mavi. It's very full. It's a good delivery. It's a Yorker length. It's drilled out into the offside, out towards cover. Jadeja is there, and they go through for a single. So that is just about it now. 30 to win from 4 balls. So all Bravo has to do is just run up and bowl straight. Doesn't matter if he's hit for 4 sixes. And the crowd know that Chennai Super Kings have won now, and they are all standing up and celebrating. I'd say they were getting anxious just now, but you start to see that sort of thing happening, and the momentum can swing away from you. But it was just, the task was just too big.
Yep, absolutely. And who would have thought that Chennai would be here?
Bravo bowls outside the off stump, slower delivery. It's pulled away. It's an odd-looking shot from Ferguson, helping it into the leg side. He gets a single. 29 to win. 3 balls left. 164 for 8. And Bravo's bowling one of those overs actually here where he's sort of going back to his mark, running in again, just to pretty much get it done now.
It was just overall, it's been a brilliant performance. Even Moeen Ali, when he got the opportunity to bat, he batted brilliantly. We spoke about it, that it's a perfect pitch. He's a big match player, and we wouldn't be surprised if he turns up, and he did turn up for CSK tonight. Yes, he didn't get a ball. Very, very well led again by MSD. He knew exactly which bowler to use and when. And he is just a champion. He's just a champion cricketer.
Bravo bowls. He tries to sort of reverse ramp there, Mavi, and he's lucky not to be bowled. He missed it. It went through to Dhoni. 2 balls left in the final. 164 for 8. I know cricketers don't like to celebrate before the final ball has been bowled. Some of the Chennai Super Kings players there, I think they have finally accepted they have won this match.
I think KKR should be very proud from where they turned around and they managed to come to the finals. But yes, you're always disappointed to lose the final, but they should be very, very proud the way they turn things around for themselves. And CSK, what a performance it has been this year. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
Bravo bowls. Mavi swings and hits this high into the night sky, out towards deep mid wicket, and he's caught by Chahar. Poor old Chakravarti's got to come in for the final ball. He's 164 for 9. Bravo gets his wicket, and Chakravarti's one of those strange situations where you've got to walk out there. They probably crossed as well, so he won't even be on strike. He won't even get to have a hit. We saw Chahar take a brilliant boundary catch to get rid of Eoin Morgan. That one was just in his lap at deep mid wicket.
And yes, the whole supporters, the family is there, the girlfriends, the wives, everyone's there, and they're ecstatic. They're very happy. They know that Chennai has won. Everyone in the world knows Chennai has already won this game. But what a performance it has been. And Shivam Mavi out for 20. He's been brilliant in this year's tournament. The way he has bowled, absolutely brilliant. Economy rate under 7 the whole tournament. So there's a lot of players from KKR. They should be very, very proud of their performance as well, individual performances.
Last ball of the match, Bravo bowls full, dug out into the onside by Lockie Ferguson, who fancies a bit of Reading there. He's pushed it away for a single. And KKR finished on 164 for 9, and Chennai Super Kings have won the IPL again for the 4th time. It was comfortable in the end. They won by 27 runs, and the result has not been in doubt for the last half an hour or so. But a great moment for them, really, when you consider where they were last time round, and comment and criticism about the makeup of their side, an ageing side, but it's a side that's produced some compelling performances. Gaikwad, leading run scorer. He's not old, he's 24. He's one of their young players that's really come good for them. He's got the orange cap on. They're all celebrating. And Chennai Super Kings are the IPL 2021 champions. It took a long time to get here, but we have finally arrived.
Oh, it did take them a long time. It's been a long gap for them to win a competition, win the IPL, but what a way to do it. When nobody gave them a chance, I think nobody thought in their wildest of dreams that this is possible, that Chennai is going to turn things around with the Dad's Army, as everyone called them. They've got a very, very aged side, but that's what it shows, that when you have the experience and people are willing to give their best, that's what happens. They've got some brilliant players who have come together and done an extraordinary thing here, and they should be very proud. But again, you can't take anything away from KKR as well. They have been brilliant. They have played wonderful cricket, and a lot of positives for them going forward as well. As we all know, the big auction is coming. There are 2 more teams coming in the IPL, so there will be a lot of changes. But Mahendra Singh Dhoni, what a leader he has been for CSK. 4 trophies. He's won everything. IPL, he's won the World Cup, he's won the T20 World Cup, he's won Champions Trophy, which happened in the middle. He's won everything in his career. Not much you can do after that, Simon.
How much more is he going to win?
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that it, do you think?
I think is that it. I think that's going to be it. I won't be surprised if he played a few matches next year just to make Indian crowd happy, and have a send-off, have a proper send-off.
How does that work with the auction then, and how much he's going to be paid, and his fee in the auction? And
I don't think Mahendra Singh Dhoni cares about that.
No, I don't mean that.
But in terms of,
I mean in terms of your budget, your team budget, and how you spend
I think
your team
again,
budget
obviously
at the auction.
they will have to sort that out among themselves. Probably he will just say that I don't think they can retain him, because if they retain him, they got to pay him the top dollar.
Yeah.
So we got to just see how it all works out, how they manage to retain him, because if he doesn't put his name in the auction to be into any other franchise, maybe that's another way where they bring him later on. We'll have to wait and see how it all works out.
Yeah, and in a way, it would be a great way to go out.
Absolutely,
winning the tournament, and he hasn't looked at his best in this tournament. It's fair. No. And he actually also, keeping wickets. Actually, there was some good wicket keeping today, but he did drop Iyer on naught.
Yeah, that could have been very expensive.
It could have been very expensive. It cost them 50, but it obviously didn't cost them the game in the end. So there's that aspect to it. We don't go out as a winner, but. He doesn't need to keep playing now, but he still keeps playing.
I think there's no better way to go for him. Genuinely, I don't think there's no better way to. Yeah, he can always be in the management side, but to win the trophy and to retire, that would be the best thing possible. And I wouldn't be surprised if he says that in the press conference tonight. That's it for me. I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. Okay. Well, it's one of those watch this space situations. We were hoping to get some reaction, but it might take quite a long time. The 2 teams are lining up and shaking hands with one another. Dhoni's actually gone off the field, hasn't he? He's gone into the dressing room. He's had to stand up for an hour and 3/4. He's probably quite weary.
It's amazing.
40.
It's amazing to see his daughter always so excited when he's watching. She's only 6 or 7, but definitely she is a massive supporter for CSK, and she'll be a supporter for CSK for the rest of the life, or like a lot of people. But yeah, what a win again. What a comeback. What a story this is going to be from the CSK. No one gave them a chance to win this competition, but the way they played, the way they fought, the way they came back. And before coming into the playoff, they lost back-to-back 3 matches. From there to turn things around and win that game, chasing 170 against Delhi, where Mahendra Singh Dhoni again did what Mahendra Singh Dhoni does often, getting 13 of the last over. And then again tonight, they have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's been a really top-class performance from Chennai Super Kings. It's nice to actually play for them. It's nice to play in a match that doesn't have that real tension at the end. You know you're going to win. You can almost enjoy the occasion.
Yeah.
Without that, those nerve-wracking moments as you go towards the closing overs when you think, what's the result going to be? I know they're great games to win, but they're sickness to lose. But tonight they can almost enjoy it really in the second half of the KKR innings. So there's a lot of hugging going on out there. Stephen Fleming and Brendan McCullum, two Kiwis, the two coaches of the two sides, and of course the players. Chennai Super Kings, a lot of delight on their faces. We've had the fireworks as well.
Yeah, we knew that is going to be a World Cup winning captain who's going to win the IPL, and we knew that is going to be a Kiwi coach who's going to be leading and winning this trophy.
Let's get some reaction now. Moeen Ali and Ruturaj Gaikwad.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, amazing. I can't describe how happy I am today. I think I would never believed I would be able to do it, and to do it at this team. Obviously, my first year has been amazing. Yeah.
You've got a very humble man next to you, so I'm going to ask you about his form.
Yeah, honestly, amazing player. Like, I don't want to blow too much smoke up him, but I feel like he's got no weaknesses and all that kind of stuff. At the minute he's playing, he's so calm and he's got every shot. And I'm hoping in the future he'll be playing a lot for India.
Ruturaj, come to you, the orange cap on your head. How does it feel to have that, but not only for that, to contribute to an IPL win?
Obviously, it's top of the moon feeling, to get the orange cap and plus to have the winning trophy. It's an absolute great feeling. As Moeen said, it's hard to describe in words, but obviously feeling really, really happy with the season we had last year and where we have been here.
Obviously, only the second uncapped Indian to win the title. How does that feel for you?
Honestly, it feels really great, and as I said, I was part of the last season where we didn't have a great season. We didn't qualify for playoffs, and coming here, everyone believed, everyone in the group believed, and we had to reach where we wanted to, and thankfully it happened today, and we're really happy.
Rutu, Deepak, I'm sure all these years of T20 cricket, but you still back your orthodox cricketing shots. You must have thought about changing that a bit.
Well, not really. Obviously, when you're performing well and you are confident on your shots, which are lesser risk and gives more rewards, then obviously I wouldn't want to change it. Obviously, there are times when you have to take that extra risk, and there are times where you have to carry the team. Make sure you are there till the end. So obviously, it feels good.
Moeen, what is it about this franchise, about Stephen Fleming, about MS Dhoni?
Just like you see, so calm and so clear in what they want to do. Not many changes. I mean, I could have been dropped a couple of games ago, but you get the backing here, and you just, as a player, you want to give it back to the team as much as you can, and not just me. I think everybody feels that the experience in the team is something obviously you can't buy, and I just feel like it's such a grounded and humble team that it's a great to be part of.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Very well played. Thank you for your time.
There we go, as Moeen Ali and Ruturaj Gaikwad. We're going to hear from Robin Uthappa.
You've won a title with KKR, now you've won a title with the Chennai Super Kings. How are you feeling?
Extremely grateful. Feels amazing to be a part of this side, especially how last year went for us. It was a very lean season for us last year, so it was important for us to come back and play as well as we could, and really grateful that we've been able to. And we've got another champion here with us.
The last two games for you, Robin, what have you thought walking out there? Because it's just looked so easy.
Well, I just really wanted to come in and contribute to the team's success, honestly. And today, again, it just felt like we got off to a good start. It was important for us to, kick on from there and take advantage of the good start that we had. So I knew that I had a settled batsman batting in Faf. So I knew that if I took it on and I got off a few shots, then we'd probably get away with getting a big total. So thank God that worked.
Josh, congratulations to you. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's fantastic. You see all the pictures on the walls of CSK winning tournaments, and it's just awesome to be a part of it. So full credit to the guys who've been up there near the top all season and saved their best for the last couple of games. So yeah, it's exciting.
How much has your T20 bowling improved through the tournament, and how much are you learning throughout the tournament?
I learned heaps. I think we've got such a senior team here, especially the bowling group, and having DJ there has been really helpful throughout the whole time. And I mean, just playing T20 games in a row and consecutively, you just learn throughout and try and put it
Robin, what is it about this franchise?
Like I said, it's something I've always voiced over and over again. I think the fact that they create a really secure atmosphere within the group, and there's a lot of clarity, there's a lot of communication between the support staff and the players at all times. It's not just once at the start of the season, but they consistently speak to their players over a period of time through the season. So that really helps in building a secure group, and it's very important. I believe it's your players who are not playing in the 11 that really create the atmosphere within the group, and they make sure that they look after the players who are not playing in the 11. And I think that's one of the biggest secrets of our success in IPL.
Not much rest for you, Josh, between now and the next week or so?
No, a little bit of downtime, I think, over the next week. But jump straight into the World Cup, and I guess been perfect preparation really to play on these wickets and on these grounds against some high quality opposition. So I'm looking forward to it.
Robin, is there any reason for the red stripe?
No, I was bored during the lockdown in Bangalore, so might as well.
Brilliant, gentlemen. Hey, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
There we go, the reaction from the Chennai Super Kings camp. Josh Hazlewood talking about the T20 World Cup, which is upcoming, and we will bring you every ball of every match on the T20 World Cup, from the T20 World Cup, starting on Sunday, 11 o'clock, Oman against Papua New Guinea. Well, we've had a great week, Abhishek, but it was a slightly one-sided, sort of damp squib of a final. But congratulations to Chennai Super Kings. We had some brilliant games this week, though.
I think we had some unbelievable games this whole week, yes. But in a final, you want a bit more competition. You want the game to go to the last over, which was happening in all the other previous matches throughout the week. But again, you got to give a lot of credit, and congratulations to CSK, as you said, for having a great tournament and finishing it in style.
Right, that's it then. Chennai Super Kings have done it again in the IPL, champions for the fourth time, and they've taken down Eoin Morgan's KKR emphatically. 27 runs, but it was the result was not in doubt for quite a long part of that KKR innings. And Morgan failing again, only making 4. And next for him, the World T20. And can he pick up some form and help England towards another title? It's going to be tough. It's going to be challenging. You're going to find out how it happens and how it unfolds on 5 Live Sports Extra in the next few weeks. That's it from the IPL 2021, though. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. It's goodbye for now.
5 Live Sports All About is your deep dive pod into the biggest names, biggest teams and biggest events in sport around the world. From All About Shane Warne,
if you've got me as a mate, I'll be loyal to you for the rest of my life, and I expect the same in return.
To All About Bryson DeChambeau.
You still got to win tournaments, right? You still got to chip it well, you still got to putt well. It is sure fun hitting it really far.
We'll bring you closer to the biggest sporting stars and most iconic sporting moments.